Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah. Let's see. Last time we did we just did a bunch of kingdom stuff. Um, we annexed some land. Didn't do anything with it yet. We built up the town that we did have. Um, we dealt with some kind of ancient curse, and that ended up only being temporary. We had like, I don't know, 200 days until the next phase of it happens. So we've got that to worry about. Um, did some kingdom quests, sent our counselors out on, excuse me, out on kingdom business. And now we are currently unstable. What the? Twitch is being weird. We were asked by a grieving mother who apparently had nowhere to turn to, but asked her king to help find her child. So that's what we're currently doing. We are looking for the kid. So come help. I got no idea where to look. Ah, sorry about that. Needed a drink of water. My throat was a little dry. So yeah, we are glade in the wilderness. Maybe finding child. Maybe not. Level 5 Wolf from Silence Pact.
I'll go ahead.
Sounds awesome. That's not how I
need
want
a
it.
challenge. Give the order. To victory!
Oh yeah, this lady's great. She's got like high AC. Oh, that was unfortunate timing.
Tear them apart!
This is exactly what happened when we started playing yesterday. Someone hit our really high AC person fairly easily, and then Amari, who needs like not to roll a 1 to hit, rolls a 1.
Consider me provoked.
Wow, that was not even close. And we can't move, because reasons.
A solid plan.
Oh yeah, I looked it up. Apparently, these strike things that I get only work on one attack on a Fury of Blows. So that might be why it wasn't working. So we'll have to kind of play with that. So I can equip my staff at some point.
Let us strike as one!
Cool.
Repent.
They go down!
They are not going down.
This is for you.
Touché.
Forwards.
Do not falter!
Fire 1.
Serves you right.
All right, Tristan. All up to
You
you.
forced my hand.
Damn, he actually did it. I was not expecting that to happen.
The path is clear.
Alright, let's wait for you to be not fatigued, I guess. La-da-tee, la-da-da.
I'm listening.
I shall end this suffering.
Oh, I forgot to equip my, Really? We have to move, what is that, like a 1/10 of a foot to attack? No, you guys come to me. Fuck you. I ain't doing this work. So, oh. Jolt? No. Alright, good turn. Oh, there's a third one. That's right. How do you like rolling a natural one? Pump it up! The end.
Aim carefully.
Onwards!
Freeze him! Cool.
Bring it!
You deserved it.
That's right. You did.
I'll try to make this swift.
Attack!
Oh, I still get 2 attack. Ah, nice.
Stay behind me!
Electricity. Oh, that was still sneak attack. Did not think that would be. Oh my god.
Tear them apart!
Any last wishes?
Well,
Skin. Oh, really? What is the DC for this? 18. We have 9 modifier. That's pretty bad that we failed twice. Rolled a 2, rolled a 2. Cool. Sweet game. Sweet. That looks like going into the cave.
Tread lightly.
I figure if there's a rabbit around, it's gotta be safe. And I'm actually surprised. I thought I was going to eat those words. Huh. Alrighty then. Definitely feel like this is a quest area.
Let us be careful.
I am your shield.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Sing, you little heart out. I don't really want to be going up in there and fight. Run away! Oh, there's another wolf. Let's go this way.
So it's come to this.
Swing and a miss.
They go down!
I don't think this is gonna kill him, but... Not quite. Decent amount of damage, though. Really? Really? 11 modifier, and you're 26. That's because you're flat-footed. Well, I think that only adds 1, so that's 27. Yeah. He got a 28, and he needed to beat a 26. That is fantastic. Love the game.
Let us strike as one! Do not falter!
This is where I step in.
Ah, I forgot to...
Solid plan.
My quarterstaff.
Repent!
Wow! Just
I'll
words.
fight if I have
None.
Onwards! Here I am. See.
You better get both of these skins. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna blow a gasket. Oh yeah, she's got that lingering song thing.
How may I help?
Divine favor, that's a personal thing. I think we should probably swap that out.
Magritium Turinos.
11 hit points, that's not bad. What should we swap it out for? Could maybe do another shield. Become shaken. This one with deflection and resistance bonus on saves. Any creature that strikes you for a melee attack is stunned for 1 round. Will save negates. Once a field has stunned an enemy, the spell is discharged. I think the smart move would be to give him Burning Hands. So we should get someone that can do a damage other than physical. Because you're physical with some magic. Yeah, okay. Hall? Does it have to be this thing here? I'm confused. Shield of Faith can go there. Burning Hands can only go there. And I can't... Alright. Interesting. I just lost a spell. Which is annoying, but... At least this way I don't have to remember. Okay, oh yeah, we do have some magic with you, so... Or some spells, so... Alright.
The path is clear.
Don't hesitate. We will prevail.
Of course, now I'm starting to get high on the initiative. I keep forgetting about your weapon. You're fantastic.
Stay behind me.
I like you.
You can't stop me.
Bring it.
Damn.
You forced my hand.
Yeah, that'll teach him.
Forwards!
Next.
Serves you right.
Well, at least it wasn't a critical, I guess.
Let us strike as one.
Consider me provoked.
Tear them apart.
I'll try to make this swift.
Okay.
Aim carefully.
One shouldn't brag about a big sword if they can't carry one.
Oh my.
You deserved it.
I'll go ahead.
I am yours to command.
Enemy near.
Yeah, this is gonna be the den. Oh no, we didn't wait enough time! I totally forgot about that. This is gonna be a little rough.
Attack!
Do not falter. Onward. Stay behind me.
Oh, little baby wolves.
So it's come to this.
Any last wishes? This is for you!
Wow.
They go down!
Oh, I feel so bad. That's close.
A solid plan.
Oh, what the fudge? Where did you come from?
Let us strike as one!
What the I have a serious problem with this.
This is where I step in. I'll fight if I have to.
What is this bullshit? Why do I get... I don't get attack of opportunity when someone casts a spell, but when I do, they do. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Where are these guys coming from?
Forwards!
Do not fall proud!
Hey, can someone help me?
I can't keep this up much longer.
Yeah, cool, of course. Why won't you get an attack of opportunity? This is such bullshit.
Serves you right.
Sure.
Bring it!
How much damage did she take?
Aim carefully.
'Cause I don't think she... I think I have to, like, raise her from the dead.
Onwards!
Oh, and Tristan's down. Yeah, this is fucking horseshit. This is such bullshit! I can't cast a spell without invoking attack of opportunity. That's cool! Fine! That's the rules. Oh, but the enemy can? Yeah, that's really fucking fair.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, we should wait for the fatigue. I almost forgot about that again. All right.
Give the order.
Think.
I am your shield.
I'm not afraid.
I think I will stay behind and fight defensively on the guys that are flanking us. Cool. Cool. Yeah, sure. Fucking game is such bullshit.
Tear them apart!
Enemy has a 25% chance to hit me. Oh, they hit me. I have a 60% chance to hit. Oh, you miss. Like, go fuck yourself.
Let us strike as one. Do not falter.
Consider me provoked.
Really? Unfucking real. 10% chance to hit, and of course they fucking make it. Such a bullshit game. This is so much worse than XCOM. Now the question is... probably doesn't affect these guys, because they're not in the fight yet.
A solid plan.
They go down.
Touché.
Onwards.
This is for you!
Not a backstab for reasons?
Serves you right.
Okay. You're not actually gonna fucking heal? I can't end my turn. What? All right.
Forwards! My skills exceed yours.
Dude still has a lot of health though. Of course. I have 26 AC, and he successfully gets a critical hit on me. Cool.
Stay behind me.
So we just lost the spell then. No, you're still cast. Can you cast the spell, dude? What are you fucking doing?
I'll fight if I have to. You deserve it.
Aim carefully.
That's unfortunate. I needed that to hit.
Bring it.
Damn.
Let us strike as one. Ho!
You can't stop me. Any last wishes?
You're still casting the spell. What the fuck is going on? I have to click on you? What? Did I not click on you 3 turns ago? And that used up my turn. Cool. Oh my god. This is so stupid.
Attack! You are outmatched.
Oh, I totally forgot about that guy. Actually, I thought I killed him already.
Tear them apart!
Do not falter.
Oh.
Consider me provoked. This is where I step in.
Repent!
Hey, you hit him.
A solid plan.
Nice. Wow, yeah, you really don't do much damage.
Here I am.
All right.
See.
Get to skinning. You gotta be kidding me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fails? Row to 1. Row to 3. Row to 5. Row to 5. Row to 2. What is this bullshit game?
They go down!
Oh, well, investigating.
You forced my hand.
This is so fucking stupid. This is worse than XCOM. It really freaking is. Not worth it. Those had pelts. That was weird. Did they skin their own guys? I am very disturbed. Scythe press 1, yeah. Well, that was aggravating.
Tread lightly.
Getting stupid rolls and then not casting a spell, even though
Bring
I'm
it.
telling you to, and... No kid. But we did get... I don't know, 200 XP out of that? Horseshoe. I don't think there's an exit out here. To the next adventure. Alright. Save. Let's rest.
I like reading books. Back at the temple, I spent many hours among dusty folios and rugged manuscripts.
Oh, the books you have there must be so boring. Biographies of saints, the teachings of the enlightened. Boring. Legends and sagas are completely different.
Huzzah! Save it. Look at the overgrown pool. The river makes a sharp bend here, widening into a deep pool dotted with lily pads and fringed with waving reeds. Several freshly felled trees lie beside their stumps on the shore of the pool. their crowns dangling in the water among fading tendrils of mist. Free herbs! Dire Wolf, level 5.
Let us be careful.
Probably 3 of them, I'm gonna guess.
I'm listening.
Enemy near.
Well, there's 2, but it looks like a smaller one. Ferocious Wolf. Why can you only move 5 feet? What? Alright, weird. What do we got? Oh, this is like a surprise round, I guess? Or I moved too far.
This is for you. I'll fight if I have to.
Okay.
Onwards! This requires your attention.
Hey guys, there's a couple wolves over here. Oh, there's something in the stump! Priorities, lady, come on.
Serves you right.
Everybody do kung fu fighting.
You can't stop me.
Nice.
Stay behind me!
Not so nice.
Forwards!
Son of a diddly.
You deserved it.
Rage attack the wolf.
Tear them apart!
I remember when level 2 was hard. Oh yeah, something in the stump. Hello. And we just stole someone's hidden money from bandits. Rainy day fun thing. This might not be good. Gorax. Bewitched Lumberman. Melanie's. Alright, well, we'll just kind of move on. Balls. A group of hardy people with axes, most likely lumberjacks, are menacing a frail Nixie. 2 lumberjacks stand before her, relaxed and discontented. The lead lumberjack shakes his fist at the Nixie and yells, "Let them go, you swamp freak! If you don't, I'll burn this rotten grove to the ground, on my word!" "You're the freaks, and my name is Melanie's, thank you very much. If you keep being rude like this, I'll just drown these jumbos in the lake, understand?" Noticing you, The lead lumberjack grins and waves. You there! You seem a capable sort. Do you not know your king? Interested in some coin? Name's Gorax, and we're loggers here in this forest. We could use your help in freeing our people from this Gorgon's claws. Oh, we don't do persuasion. We should help her. No, them. I don't know. Why can't people in Fae live in peace? What's going on here? We were minding our own business, cutting trees and splitting logs, when this hag shows up out of nowhere, screeches at us, then jinxes 2 of ours and threatens to drown them. With these Fae breeding like rabbits everywhere, what's an honest, hard-working man to do? Stupid Jumbo! You're the ones who breed like rabbits, spreading into more and more space. We've lived here since forever. I've grown these trees for more than 100 years, know them down to the tiniest leaf. And then you show up with your stupid axes and ruin everything. Let them go, Melise. These people have families. You wish! As soon as I let them go, the whole lot of them will attack. If these goons want to go home to their stupid families, they're going to have to promise to steer clear of my grove first. Listen to me, people. The loggers exchange glances, holding their hands on their axes. Is this my knowledge? Okay, it's the group's. Kinda like that. That's a plus 12, so that's a 50% chance of success. That's a 45% chance. 45. I'm the Baron of these lands, rightful ruler of the realm, and I haven't granted anyone logging rights to this forest. You should leave now or you may regret it. It worked! It worked! What did we roll? A 12? Wow, we kind of just barely made it, but it worked! The lumberjack gives you a long, hard look. If you say so, Your Grace. The Sovereign's word is law. Alright. It's not like we were dead set on this grove in the first place. If she gives us back our people, we'll leave the place in peace. On my word. Melise, they will leave this place and never return. Please release the hostages now. Oh, sure. And who's going to bring back my trees then? They come in here, smash everything in sight, and then just leave? No deal. Fix what you broke, then maybe I'll let them go. Okay, you're pushing it now. I want to do that. Kind of weird that's an imitate. Intimidate, sorry. That's really high. We need a 14 or higher. How are we supposed to restore a tree that's already been cut down? You humans are always like this. Destroy, destroy, destroy. And then when it's time to clean up your mess, poof, gone. Fine then, since you're clearly clueless, I'll tell you what to do. There are these magic thingies that look like feathers. The feather tokens. Throw one on the ground, anywhere, and a tree springs up. Your people's mages, who tread the swamps more often than the others, can make them. Buying a couple won't break the bank. My cousin Teresa can also make them. She lives in the Noral Marches. Either way, you bring a handful back, have them back to me. I'll let your goons go. Diplomacy? Yeah. So what do I gotta do? People's mages who tread the swamps more often than the others. They can make them. So someone in the Noral Marches. My cousin Teresa can also make them. She lives in the Noral Marches. Wait here. I'll bring the feathers. They'll be waiting right here. It's not like they have anything else to do, right? The Nixie chuckles as she tussles one of the lumberjack's hair. He smiles up at her faithfully. You're really pushing it,
The
lady.
path is clear.
Feather tokens. The Nixie Malice asks you to bring a handful of feather tokens to the Overgrown Bay. You can buy them from mages living around the swamps, or ask the Dryad Teresa, who lives in the Nora Marshes, to give us some. I don't. Mages living around the swamps could be closer, but where the frick is that? Where is this one? Not an errand. Oh, it is an errand. All right. Okay, perfect. Find a lost kid and find some mages. This is not... It's not to go so well. Probably doesn't have an exclamation mark on it, does it? I guess we'll go here and then go back to town to see what's going on. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so this is like the border. I guess that's more land, kingdom borders, maybe? Looks like two swords and a shield. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, let's go here. This is one of the few known fords across the Skunk River. Despite the shallow depth, the current is extremely powerful here. The cold stream seems intent on pulling the land from under one's feet, pulling someone underwater, or even carrying their property away to the stony rapids downstream. Many travelers and traders have used this forge across the river, while just as many bandits have used it to set ambushes for their victims. Ooh, you look big. And we found a camp.
I'll go ahead.
Here.
Alright, well that was fast. Fight!
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Oh! Damn! Boom sayer.
Consider me provoked.
Really? Fuck. How many natural ones are we gonna roll here? Okay, there is more.
Aim carefully.
Damn.
They go down!
Okay. That may have been a mistake. And we just kind of grouped up again for the guy. Oh, good. Oh, not so good. Aha!
Let us strike as one!
Oh my god. What? So many natural ones. This isn't... Ow! Stunned. -2 penalty AC, loses AC. Uses +4 attacks to combat maneuvers against stunned opponents.
This is for you!
Oh, you got like 3 of us? Also, if you hadn't noticed, Amari didn't get an attack of opportunity when he cast a spell. Fuck you, game! What is this bullshit and cheating? Unbelievable.
I'll try to make this swift.
Unbelievable. 2 attacks!
Any last wishes?
Okay, at least that one missed more by more than 1.
Do not falter!
No, well, I mean, you already had an attack of opportunity, so I guess that one makes sense.
I'll fight if I have to.
Bring it!
So it's come to this. Repent!
Cool.
This is where I step in.
How many of these things does this guy get?
You can't stop me.
Attack!
Don't
That was a lot more rougher than it should have been.
Share your troubles.
Anything is
What do you
possible.
have? It is a masterwork. Crowbar. Interesting. Healing potions. More rope. And reading. Fighting the Bleaching. Practical Guidance by Gasua Nordequani. 1. The youth shall leave their melody behind. The bleaching does not cling to people until they mature. 2. What is the color of your skin? Apple-cheeked yesterday, but deathly pale today? That's an alarming sign. Closely monitor the condition of your skin, hair, and eyes. 3. Never be bored. Curiosity is your best protection. Have a finger in every pie. 4. Don't break your neck. Be prepared to stand up for yourself or run for your life when you venture out to seek adventure. 5. Never give up. There's a remedy for the bleaching, and it isn't pills, but a new wardrobe or a new lover can stop the disease. And a proper journey can prevent its onset for a long time. 6. You are not alone. Find yourself some soulmates that might just give you a new lease on life. What the hell did we just read? Cooking Almanac for the Inner Sea by Jobalist Narthropple. It is perhaps Avastian's most popular dish. In the capital of Chevex, it is baked cheese. I think we have read this. Yeah, quail eggs and... yeah. Read it.
You forced my hand.
Kobold's corpses are badly burned by acid and alchemical fire. Mouth-watering broth is simmering in the pot.
Let's head out. I've spotted something.
A sigh. Ooh. +1. +1. Finesse. It's a monk weapon. We do 1 more minimum. We do 3 less maximum. That is not really worth it. Although... no, because we got a core stat +1. I was thinking it might be good to have, because it's a magical weapon, in case we need magic weapon to overcome damage resistance. But my quarterstaff already is magic.
The path is clear. Tread lightly. Let us be careful.
Level 2.
I'll go ahead.
Give the order.
That seems suspiciously easy.
To victory!
A solid plan.
I'll try to make this swift.
Tear them apart!
Serves you right. Consider me provoked.
Onwards!
Another natural 1! Cool game!
Forwards!
So it's come to this.
They go down!
Wow.
You deserve it.
just barely made that.
Stay behind me!
Aim carefully.
Repent!
One whole damage. Wow, cool. And they both hit! Yeah, that's fantastic.
Bring it!
This game is such bull.
Any last wishes? I'll fight if I have to.
Sure.
Let us strike as one!
No, it's not even that. It's like a 30% chance to hit, and you hit 3 of your attacks. And I roll a 5. Jesus.
I'm listening.
Oops. I did not mean to double click. That is annoying. Cool, and we failed 3 checks. Rolled a 1. Rolled a 1. Rolled a 3. Wow. This is unreal. I like mushrooms. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Shouldn't we be on the north side of the river?
I found something interesting.
Ooh, that is sneaky.
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
Renowned explorer. Though the outlaws have been vanquished and a rightful government has been established in the stolen lands, travelers should keep their eyes peeled. These places are still chock full of danger. Approaching the river, we heard sounds of battle. Someone's in trouble. Who will step in to help them if not the realm's Baron? A cry for help has reached our ears. Oh no! Someone yells. Move faster, you lazy cowards! You chicken-livered sods, or we're done for! Wasting no time, we hurried to the rescue. Yeah, totally. I was not trying to... Gnomes. Isn't trying to, like, loot that area at all. Archer, sentinel, sentinel, archer, archer, sentinel. Go for the sentinel.
You can't stop me!
Wow.
Tear them apart!
You're slowly getting there.
A solid plan.
Get right up in their grill.
Consider me provoked.
You forced my hand.
They go down!
Really? Fucking one less than what we need for like the third time in this area?
Do not falter!
Forwards!
This is where I step in.
Ah!
Seriously? I am losing my shit here.
This is for you!
Why would Octavia hit at any point in this combat? Like,
I'll try to make this swift.
hey, you hit him, and he did some decent damage. I am going to lose my mind.
Onwards!
Aim carefully.
Serves you right.
Electricity, you're in water. That's got to do something, right? Right? Of course, Octavia has to hit at some point in this combat. That is her 4th turn, and I don't think she rolled higher than a 5 at any point. Oh. Fudge. Tartuk. So, the gnome invites some of his friends. Stupid, slow, sluggish gnome. Gnome! Stupid. There's a purple kobold on the riverbank who looks just like your old acquaintance, Tartesio. Kobolds want this cart. Kobolds shall have it. The horse skull hides most of the kobold's face, but you see his vicious eyes glinting through the empty socket staring at you. By orders of myself, the glorious King Tartuk. The kobold pounds his chest with his fist. Tartuk, King! The head of the gnome expedition wipes his brow and glares at the kobold. This bastard was the one talking our ears off while the rest of them were trying to steal our cart. King Tartuk. The gnome looks at you and winks. What do you say to a bit of regicide? Ah, that's aggressive. Tartesio, I recognize you. What's with this new disguise? And why are you not dead? How dare you speak to that like that to a king? Kobolds, attack! Sishardes. Shidarsis. Well, Fireball would be awesome.
You're but a footnote in our story.
Okay, apparently this is like half a combat, which I would like to move. Fucking move! What are you doing? What is this bullshit? Move! What the fuck? Holy shitballs! Sentinel guard. Sentinel archer, sniper. Level 5 rogue. Okay, we might have to focus on you. Oh, I don't know if I can. Oh! That's fun. Although, really, I didn't do a whole lot of damage. Holy crap, let's go all the way down here. Why is this... Here. 15, 7 damage, 7, 7. So we did some decent damage. Although I don't understand how you didn't take any damage. Because it's half damage, right? Reflex for half, yeah. That is so weird. Why didn't you take any damage? Oh! You're fast. No, don't rush up! Fortitude plus 1. That's not a whole lot. 3d6 points of damage plus 1d6 per 2 caster levels. $5d6. And we did 10 damage. Like, we do 5 to 30 damage and we do 10 damage. We rolled a 2 basically on all of our dice. Like, what the fuck, game? This is such... I swear to God, the game is like using rigged dice. There is no other explanation.
I'll fight if I have to.
Of course. He had like no health left and he still freaking ran for it. Guy's a trooper. Well, I avenged him.
Stay behind me.
Ow! 10% chance to hit, and of course he freaking hits. This is so dumb. Oh, they're both the
You
same
deserved it.
health. Nice. Who am I controlling, Tristan?
So it's come to this.
Nice! I totally forgot we had web. Has she hit anything? I think she hit once in both combats.
No contest.
Bring it.
How are you able to swing so far away?
Let us strike as one.
See you soon enough. This is not over. My cart is sinking. Mari! While the gnomes were busy fighting the kobolds, fiercely cursing and diligently punching their unwelcome guests right in their dragonish snouts, the cart has all but forgotten. The unwitting cause of the fight, it has being dragged away by the sacred ponies when it slid down the ford, sinking all the way up to the coachman's seat in the river. This is where the Skunk River flows into the Tuskwater, and the current becomes excessively spiteful, cold, stubborn, and turbulent. Having taken hold of the gnome's cart, the Skunk River must have decided to drag it down amid all the commotion, but it was caught in the act. The surviving gnomes, led by the head of the gnome expedition, an extremely loud and crabby fellow, but not without some managerial talent, was able to catch the cart before it floated away. Faces red and grunting from the strain, they struggled to keep it from drowning entirely. Just then, a package fell into the water. With a heartbreaking splash, it vanished beneath the current, only to resurface 10 meters down the river. No! The head of the gnome expedition moaned as he glowered at the package. That was Alchemy and Life, the latest issue. After plunging into the cold river, the ponies immediately lost their nerve. Swiveling their ears and twitching, they tried to chew through the reins and throw off the load. Why are you just standing around? Go on, help them! The head of the gnome expedition was visibly dissatisfied as he shouted. Oh, crowbar. Choose a character. One of us tried to jump into the cart and to untie the ponies still standing in the water. So it's both a mobility and a lore check? That's a problem. Alright, well, let's try it this way. This is 23. You're negative 9. 14. 4. 12. 10. Okay, so that means we're probably the best choice. Sure. Succeeded at a mobility check. Me numbly climbed onto the roof of the cart and carefully crawled towards the ponies hitched up on the riverbank. Succeeded at a lore nature check. 21. Oh, total was a 21 of a 15 DC. 10 difficulty class. That was still pretty close. The ponies seemed to be relieved to feel a firm hand holding the reins again. They calmed down at once and allowed themselves to be unhitched. In just a few moments, they were standing back at the ford, ready to pull the cart from the river. Gain 27 XP. Oh, I didn't think about using them to help us pull the cart. I was just thinking getting them unhooked so that they don't drag the cart with them. Gathering our strength, we began pulling the cart from the river. Ready? Ah, my foot! The head of the gnome expedition yelled, his face red and angry. With help like this, my possessions will be down the river in a flash. Just go to the camp or find those runaway ponies or find some other way to help. Gods! Well, I'm confused. How? Is he helping pull? Because I thought he was like standing on the shore yelling at people. We tried to pull the cart out. Isn't that what we just tried to do? The cart creaked and cracked, sounding as though it was sobbing. The boards strained against the combined stress of the rushing water's pull against everyone trying to pull the cart ashore. Unfortunately for the cart, both sides were of equal strength. Something had to be done, or the poor cart would be torn to pieces. I don't really have a whole lot of nature. Athletics, I'm not really great at. And charisma, I don't like any of these options. Why is it me? We need a 14. We need a 14. We need a 17. Try the ponies, I guess. The exhausted ponies had worked themselves up into a lather, and foam covered the bits in their teeth. The Baron tried to calm and reassure them. Oh my god, it worked. We rolled a 16! After everyone struggled together for a while, the cart finally made it out of the muddy riverbed and rolled back onto the muddy ground of the waiting ford, prompting some seemingly indignant sloshes and squelches as the river released its trophy and rushed along in search of easier prey. Losing no time, the head of the gnome expedition jumped inside. For a good while, rattling and swearing were all that could be heard from the cart, until the gnome's face finally reappeared under the rooftop, seemingly satisfied. Almost everything's still in place, he announced cheerfully, jumping from the cart. It's all wet and crumpled, but at least nothing's missing. Thank you, travelers. If not for your help, guided by my keen supervision, of course, I'd have to say goodbye to all of my possessions. That's not a whole lot of XP. My nose is itching. Come here, my valiant savior. Let me have a word with you. Let's save it. That went surprisingly well. Like, very surprisingly well. The cart is unbroken, almost unharmed, and ready for new journeys. The gnome that stands before you wears dirty and ragged clothes. They used to look stylish and wealthy long ago, but those times are long gone. His black hair is matted, a deep fresh scratch crosses his cheek. Despite of this rather pathetic look, the gnome behaves with an inner dignity and even manages to maintain a superior manner. Oh, I don't like him already.
Jubilus Nartropple, at your grace's service. Your help with these kobolds and my almost drowned cart was timely indeed. By the way, it's a shame no one organized a greeting party when such a famous and popular person as myself arrived to your capital. I wasn't expecting a red carpet covered with rose petals, but you could at least have sent ahead some delegation.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Oh, at least some of my servants are still alive. Do you know how much it costs to train a proper servant?
Jubilus jabbers too fast, never stopping even to take a breath. You can see he's piled up some emotions and just needs to get them out of his system.
Sounds like your servants are nothing but tools to you. Truly, with masters like that, being a servant is not much of an improvement over being a slave.
What's this then? Run along, little girl. The grown-ups are talking.
So, you're not only arrogant, but a boorish swine as well. Why am I not surprised at all?
Jubilus only clears his throat, paying no attention to the fuming mage.
Also, while I'm on that, I'd like to make an official announcement. The roads in your barony are in terrible condition. People must search for wading fords to cross the rivers because no one had bothered themselves with building bridges, and honest travelers have to take the risk of being attacked by kobolds at any moment.
Do people not realize I've been Baron for like 2 weeks?
So, how did you say your barony was called? Oh, whatever, never mind. When I draw the map of these lands, I will call them Maybe Local Baron Will Help. I guess it's a fitting name.
The gnome fell silent at last. He just watches you with his shifty eyes, opening and closing his mouth, as if wanting to say something more, but hasn't come up with anything yet.
You think too highly of yourself, Sir Gnome. Behave with some dignity while you're on these lands.
Oh, I see. The very spirit of knighthood embodied. So, what do you propose me to do, Sir Knight? Should I lie?
By no means. But you shall not be so blunt. I bid you to express your opinion in a more courteous form.
I mean, he is being a jackass, but there is something to be said about being blunt and not, like, beating around the bush.
Your problem, Sir Knight, is that you worry too much about form and appearance. Unsurprisingly so, considering your pretty face. As for me, I worry solely about the content.
Valerie blushes even more and turns away. It seems to you the gnome has stepped on her toes. Wow! I kind of want to play this game again as an evil person. It sounds like they would have a lot more fun. How do you know I'm a baron?
I've already told you I visited your capital some time ago. Weren't you listening to me? And I'm used to being greeted by officials when I arrive to settlements of at least some importance. The glory of myself and my exploits usually precedes me, and officials usually prefer to be on good terms with me.
Jubilus smiles slyly. I didn't know you'd come.
Yes, you're right. I should have remembered that your lands are in the middle of nowhere, and you don't get updates on important things in time.
Sure, we'll go with that. So what happened here? How did your cart end up in the river?
My party and I set up camp at the bank of this river. We'd just finished kindling the fire when that purple bastard appeared. You know what he told me? He introduced himself as the King of the Kobolds and told me he needed our clothes because he wanted to dress his subjects properly, you see, as long as they've established the kingdom of their own. That's literally what he said. I wonder, where did he learn the words? Obviously, I told him to buzz off. Some kobold wants to strut around wearing the clothes of the great cartographer Jubilus Nartropple. No way. So I've been explaining my position to him, being rather eloquent too, suggesting he and his so-called kingdom might as well fall into the deepest sinkhole. And in the meantime, I've noticed that kobolds have already started to untie my cart. Well, I called my men to keep the cart safe. They couldn't guess what to do on their own, just stood there with their mouths ajar. Then things heated up as the fighting started, and while we were fighting, the ponies dragged the cart to the river. Ah, stupid animals.
You said you were famous, but I don't know you. What are you famous for?
That was either a stupid and offensive joke or a case of total ignorance. The latter, I hope. I'm famous as a traveler, a cartographer, an alchemist, and a journalist. The students of all the major universities study the world using my maps. My articles for different journals are well known everywhere, from Andoran to Brevoy. You've definitely read some issues of National Alchemy, haven't you?
I want to say probably.
Culinary Almanac of the Inner Sea? Or the most scandalous one, The Independence, describing benefits and drawbacks of governments and regimes in different states? Didn't read any of these? Oh, well, don't answer that. I don't want to spoil my impression of your barony. It's spoiled enough already. It would be hard for me to write at least something positive otherwise.
Wait, the Jubilost Narthropple? Author of the 14.5 eulogies to Pitax? Oh my! Every student in the Academy of Grand Arts devoured your books, especially after King Aravetti banned them, tried you in absentia, and sentenced you to death.
What?
I see at least someone in this shabby barony has at least a rudimentary education, even if they got them in such a dubious establishment as the Pitax Academy of Grand Arts.
I was expelled for irreverence.
Ha! Is this so? Well, if it is true, then you just might not be beyond hope.
So what is such a famous person doing that far from civilization?
I pursue two objectives. The first is to write an article on this new barony of yours for the Independence. The second is to draw a detailed map of the stolen lands. Before this barony appeared, it had been too dangerous to come here, but now an opportunity has appeared. Thanks to you, I must add. So, as you can see, the freedom of speech sometimes grants positive comments too. Anyway, I'm almost done with this journey. My article is practically ready, so is the map. All that's left to do now is to find an old dwarven outpost established here several centuries ago.
That Harms thing? What is this dwarven outpost you're searching for?
Your ignorance is stunning. You create a barony and still you know nothing about the lands you own. I'll have to enlighten you on the subject. You see, long ago there was a dwarven trade route crossing these lands. It connected Five Kings Mountains and the north. The route was so important to the dwarves that they were generous enough to set a number of outposts along it, manned with armed guardians to provide protection for the traders. One of these outposts must be somewhere nearby, lost and completely forsaken, but nothing can avoid the watchful eye of the great cartographer Jubilost Narthropple. I will find this outpost, and I will mark its location on the map. You can trust me on that.
I'm looking for the Troll's lair. Maybe we're looking for the same place. Let's join our efforts and start looking together.
Well, you proved to be a capable companion in a case of emergency. I guess I can entrust you with covering my back. Let's go. I will send someone for my cart later.
Oh! Okay. I, did not expect that to actually happen. A famous traveler, Jubilost Narthropple, is searching for the ruins of a dwarven fortress which lies hidden somewhere in these lands. I'm kind of worried that now we need to bring Harlem and him when we find that. Still gotta find these feather tokens and this lost kid. What a glorious victory. We ground those little blighters into dust. The kobolds, I mean. Not the gnomes, of course. Alas, while we were fighting, their cart, the gnomes, not the kobolds, slipped into the river and was nearly carried away by the current. Among all the fuss, the cart's ponies have nearly slipped their harness. Better hurry to catch them. The gnomes have been saved. I'm sure they want to thank us from the bottoms of their hearts. Let's not keep them waiting. The gnome we saved turned out to be a celebrity. He's none other than Jubilus Northropple himself, a famous traveler and explorer. The author of 3 monographs and 17 guidebooks, 2 cookbooks, several hundred scientific publications, and 1 romance novel, published under a pen name. Nowadays, he's creating a map of the Stolen Lands, and he's sure that somewhere around here, there's a long-lost dwarven outpost that the trolls may have taken up residence in. It's high time someone recovered what's lost there. Onwards! We've got some searching to do. Ooh, we made it. Thank you!
The path is...
Shard of Knight's Bracers. This item bears a trace of lost power. It seems you found a shard of a destroyed artifact. Find all the fragments, and an artisan with enough skill can restore it for you.
Tear them apart!
More ponies.
Let's head out. What for Gorum?
The hell? We're still pretty far away. Like, we should not be getting into a fight. Oh, that's why. Well, that's fun. Do we really care about kobolds? He moves so slow.
Any last wishes?
Hey, 1 whole damage. Still did something. Damn.
Attack!
Not see that coming.
Do not falter!
Do 1 to 3 points of damage. You are not... Oh.
You can't stop me.
We don't have the bow equipped, so we can't do a comparison, but apparently the acid's pretty awesome.
This is where I step in.
Hey, 1 damage. Still something.
They go down!
I think every single fight we've had, she's had a natural 1. And I think, like, 3/4 of them at least, the opening attack has been a natural 1. This is unreal.
A solid plan.
Onwards!
Consider me provoked.
Another natural 1.
Repent!
Oh, that guy didn't die. He just got tripped.
Serves you right.
That's pretty entertaining.
Forwards!
I'm listening.
I shall not fail.
Galt Regout. Comprehensive guide to cooking a delicious dish. Butter, mushrooms, fowl. There's fowl. Soot blackened brand. This once belonged to an ancient dwarf. An expert in antiquities may find it interesting.
Tread lightly.
What's that?
Treasure. Tuareg's Pendant. A memento of times long past. Well-grounded antiquities collector may pay handsomely.
The path is clear.
A lot of combat in here.
I am yours to command. I am your shield.
I shall end this suffering.
You're way back there, dude.
Aim carefully.
Ooh, you are big. This may have been a mistake. Oh yeah, we're gonna switch your weapon to check you out.
This is for you.
Seriously?
Stay behind me.
Seriously? Cool! Why not? 25% chance to hit. Why wouldn't you hit?
Bring it!
You deserved it.
You forced my hand.
Attack!
I'll fight if I have to.
Sure.
Let us strike as one. Do not falter.
Tear them apart!
Any last wishes?
A solid plan.
Hey! Can someone help me?
Onwards!
They go down!
Yeah, that wasn't too bad, other than the
Well,
attack of opportunity that kind of hosed her. Seriously? Another ring of protection. I don't think I can use it. You've got one. You've got one. Give Tristan one since you're kind of in melee. Why are we just walking? Why are we not running? That's as far as we can go. Now we're running. That was weird. I mean, sure. We're going directly back, so we may as well get a couple extra coins out of it.
I need to catch my breath.
Main square. Oh, actually, let's go here first to sell. Do you know anything about the ancient dwarven fortress in these lands? Nothing at all, Your Grace. 3 dwarf clans used to live in these lands. The Waradash, the Langbrook, and the Skeljij. My family is Skeljij, but we moved off to Mivian 200 years ago, together with Aldori, fleeing from the Conqueror. Our grandfathers made a safe bet that the Swordlands would need swords. Sword Lords would need swords. Anyhow, neither me nor my father have ever been to the old fortress. I vaguely remember from my grandfather's stories that the Langrit stronghold was supposed to be somewhere nearby. But no, I have no idea where to look for it. Let's see your goods. A long and sturdy iron bar. It would not make for a proper weapon, but could certainly be used in a journey. Alright, we'll hold on to that, because we were able to use it in that storybook, so... It does piercing damage. That might be worth holding on to because of that. Moonstone. That we want to hold on to. Why does this thing just like auto scroll? Game is like really annoying me tonight. It just like auto scroll, like that is so annoying. Ooh, $5,000. Alright, let's go talk to our new guy. There we go. Holy crap, that took a while. Jubilus raises his head and closes his notebook. Ah, it's you. How can I help you? What are you jotting down in your notebook at all this time? Notes on our adventurers. Good ideas that come to mind. I don't know how it is with you, but in my case, my mind is constantly producing thoughts and ideas worthy of writing down. Some I use in my articles and books. Others I will share with the audience next time I speak at Bore Logos in Abalasum. Some other thoughts should be kept out of the public view for a while. Our world isn't ready for certain revelations. Tell me about yourself. I've heard this request so many times. Well, as we're traveling together, I suppose I can give you an interview. Free of charge, of course. Where are you from? Olive Golorin is my home. I am a citizen of the world. Some might say my home is Albasum, but that great old patchwork city. It's there that my books and magazine articles are published, and there I am held in particular high esteem, owing to my vast knowledge. In fact, once I was invited to the College of Mysteries itself, but I prefer to think of Absalom not as a home, but headquarters, where I go to plan my next adventure. I visited every country worth mentioning in Aveston and Gaurond. I've even trotted the exotic lands of Tyanzia. I've seen miracles you can't even imagine, and in every place I've been, there's been a home that would have gladly received a renowned explorer such as myself. The famous name of Jubilus Nartharope is known even in the most remote corners of the world. Still, where were you born? You know, the line between persistence and impunity is very thin, and you risk crossing that line. Jubilus sighs. Do you think I haven't mentioned my birthplace because of my forgetfulness? I was born in Taldor, if you must know. The Empire is in decline nowadays, but still cherishes the illusion of its past glory. It's a country torn by prejudice. In Taldor, my mind was trapped in a cage of restrictions. Birthright, poverty, and their beggars be damned attitude. I left the country as soon as I understood it. So if you ever try to rekindle any patriotic feelings in me, you'll be disappointed. My first article in The Independence was about Taldor. The magazine was almost closed as a result of the scandal that followed, and it would have closed if it were not for the crowds of my supporters, marching in protest under the windows of the publishing house, making its editors change their minds. That's a lot of supporters after like your first book slash editorial. I don't think you would have that many supporters. You traveled so much. Tell me of your travels abroad. Joberlus tilts his head, peering at you. I've written a fair number of articles and essays on my journeys, and if you'll excuse me, I haven't the slightest desire to retell them all to you right now. If you wish to learn about foreign lands, pick up any issue of the Independence and read all you like. I'm sure you can find my magazine even in this hole of a place. So you write books and magazine articles? I certainly do. I'm too generous not to share my thoughts and journeys with other minds who search for knowledge. Judging from your face, you don't belong in that category. Joberlus sighs. Among my scientific works, I'd recommend the range of articles published in National Academy. If you prefer lighter reading, you might like Traveler's Essay or the Scandalous The Independence. If pictures capture your attention better than words, page through the Illustrated Atlas of Avestan, and you should give your cook a volume or two of my culinary almanacs. Trust me, it might be helpful. Joberlus throws a speculative glance at you. Some have tried to blame me for a sleazy romance novel called The Five Sins of Serenade. I have no idea on who spread these crazy rumors, but if you like such frivolity, I've been informed that the novel sequel, The Sixth Sin, was recently published. You wear glasses. Why don't you ask some cleric to heal your eyesight? Joberlus throws a cutting glance at you. I'm sure you could have figured out the answer to that question on your own if you'd bothered to use a logical approach. At least, I sincerely hope so. I prefer to think of you as a lazy person, not a stupid one. Joberlus tightens his lips. Well then, I suppose it's my fate to enlighten you. Alright, there's no time like the present. Let's build up to the logical conclusion together. So, starting with the obvious, a cleric's service costs several hundred gold coins. Spectacles cost a dozen gold coins. So maybe I just couldn't afford to pay the cleric. Incorrect conclusion. I earn enough. Besides, some clerics would clearly help me free of charge because they're fans of my incomparable talent. The answer can't be money then. So what is it? Let's explore further. Surely you've noticed that I'm a rather famous person. Just to be clear which circles I'm famous in, my scientific articles are well known among the students and teachers of various institutions of higher education. My articles that satirize the rich and powerful are extremely popular among the minor nobility, traders, and workers. That is, among anyone who doesn't have any power for themselves. The kind of people who don't usually have enough money to afford an expensive cleric. Well, can you add it all up and find the right answer yet? Joberlus doesn't let you get a single word in edgewise. Apparently he's uninterested in your reaction and is just enjoying listening to his own voice. My spectacles are something that unites me with my readers. People are more open to those who share their social status. Many of my readers can't afford to heal their eyesight at the temple. So, when I too refuse such healing, I become closer to the people. My spectacles are a part of my image. Joberlus exhales at last. I believe I managed to explain the basics of logical thinking. No need to thank me. Thanks for telling me about yourself. Let me ask you about something else. Joberlus casually waves his hand. Ask away. Tell me something about the history of the gnome race. What have I come to? Joberlus Narthoropol, famous explorer, writer, and scientist, is reduced to giving simple lessons in history. Very well, ask away. What questions do you have? How did gnomes appear on Glorion? They came here in ancient times from the First World. You do know what the First World is, right? If you don't, ask me about it some other time. I used to lecture on it in a couple of institutes. According to the understanding I've accumulated, the gnomes were an immortal race until some of our especially insightful ancestors came up with a brilliant idea. They decided it would be fun to learn how it feels to be mortal. I would like very much to meet these gnomes. I wouldn't even kick them. I just look them in the eyes without a single word. Too bad they're all long dead by now. As everyone knows, a stupid enough idea can be extremely contagious. So the gnomes caught this infection. All of them, without a hope for cure. They found a way to Glorion and decided to settle there. And, you'll never believe it, they got just what they wanted. They severed their link with the First World. They gained mortality, the bleaching, and a heap of local diseases that had been keeping our race on the verge of extinction ever since. The bleaching is a name given to the physical decolorization and aging of a gnome, and is caused by a lack of exposure to new and exciting experiences. This bleaching of color is accompanied by a psychological decline, first into depression and apathy, and eventually into madness and death. Gnome efforts to fend off the bleaching only serve to fuel their racial curiosity and whimsy, giving it somewhat of a manic edge. Some claim that the bleaching is a result of the gnomes leaving the First World thousands of years ago. Rare gnomes survive the bleaching and develop an enigmatic and wisdom in connection to the natural world, earning them the name Bleachlings. Do gnomes live long? Certainly. Long and happily ever after. Jubilus shakes his head in remorse. We'd live as long as elves if it were not for the bleaching. That's the curse of our race, which only struck after the gnomes left the First World. To put it simply, gnomes must constantly have new experiences. If a gnome gets into a rut, so to speak, he bleaches. We start to lose color, literally. Our skin and hair become pale, and the worst thing is that our soul loses color too. If the process continues unchecked, the gnome dies. History recalls only a few cases where gnomes actually died of old age. Most of them perish either because of the bleaching or in the middle of some crazy adventure they joined, just to stave it off. So you travel so much as a way to fend off the bleaching? Jubilus stares at you, and then nods slowly. You see, I enjoy being alive. I like to eat pancakes in the morning. I like to write articles for magazines. I like it when I leave the publishing house in Absalom and a crowd of fans immediately mobs me. So I don't intend to die at the peak of my life just because of some stupid ancient curse. But don't you dare imagine that everything I do is just for fear of the bleaching. I tell people the truth about the world that surrounds them. My theoretical research aids in the development of different branches of science in various institutes. Yes, sooner or later I'll bleach and die, just like any other gnome. But in the name of the famous Jubilus Narthrapel, I'll live throughout the ages. But the name of the famous Julius Narthrapel. Let's change the subject. I'd like to learn more about the First World. Well, you've asked the right person. I am an expert in studying the First World. Give me your questions. The First World. What's it like? It's huge, wild, and extremely unfriendly to the unprepared traveler. Nothing remains constant there. Matter changes before your eyes. What was a mountain yesterday becomes a river today, and that river flows upwards. The trees touch the sky. The heat of the desert can melt metal, and hurricane winds can tear a person apart. But it would be wrong to think of the First World as a plane of total destruction. Creation is just just as important there. The desert springs alive into forests, and when the hurricane subsides, animals emerge from hiding. Huge, wild, as untamed as the world itself. The First World epitomizes life in its original chaotic meaning. There's a theory that the gods used the First World as a training ground, to practice their ability to create matter. They then abandoned the First World to its own fate, and wandered off to create Glorion. Some say that the inhabitants of the First World still hold a grudge against the gods for this. How can a person get there? Mainly through magical portals. Mainly through magical portals created by skilled magicians. But the price of such a portal is usually in excess of several thousand gold coins. There is another way, of course. There are documented cases where spontaneous portals to the First World have opened up in remote places in Glorion, where, as mages say, the boundaries between the two worlds have grown thin. But spontaneous portals are rather dangerous. You never know what's lurking on the other side. Only desperate adventurers and madmen use them, and of course, romantic, suicidal idiots who think that good common sense is too boring. Are there any sentient beings in the first world? Of course, the Fae, and all their relatives and all their relatives' relatives, and then some Fae besides. Sometimes one meets leprechauns or satyrs there, which are usually another type of Fae, just called by another name. And all of them are immortal, by the way, at least within their own home world. The souls of the creatures of the first world have no connection to the realm of mortals. When a creature of the first world dies, its soul just materializes in another body, similar to its old one. It's not a pleasant experience, and the resurrected creature loses almost all the powers and abilities it developed over its life. But it keeps its memories and personality. It's still much better than a mortal death, I would say. Sometimes the process doesn't even take long. A killer might meet his victim again the following week. Naturally, this immortality has influenced the way the first world inhabitants think. For instance, Fae enjoy mischief and tricks that can easily end in someone's death. The Fae think it's just funny, and anyone from another world who falls victim to such tricks doesn't end up having much to say at all. Once the gnomes were immortal relatives of the Fae. Jubilus sighs. Who rules the first world? It's commonly assumed that the eldest ruleth. They are overseers, but more just a glorified version of Fate Lords. Power attracts pompous blockheads in every world. What are you hinting at? I'm only fulfilling my duty. Jubilus stares at you with interest. Yes, duty. Protecting his subjects and restoring order. Objectives so noble I could weep. Unfortunately, noble objectives can coexist perfectly happy with pompous blockheads. Are you quite sure you're not one of those? But let's get back to the first world. The eldest possess the power to keep matter in the first world in a more or less constant state. That's why the Fae treat them as demigods and offer them prayers, just as we offer prayers to Desna, Estral, or even Lamashtu. You know a lot about the first world. Have you ever been there? Jubilus wrinkles his lips. I haven't the opportunity yet, unfortunately. My studies of the first world are limited to the confused statements of witnesses or scribes in their diaries. I've also studied the remains of some unfortunates who periodically fall out of spontaneous portals. I keep to the hope that sooner or later I'll manage to visit that wonderful place, and certainly the notes I'll write on the place would be far more extensive and informative than all the ramblings on the subject I've had to wade through. Naturally, the main concern of my expedition would be the safety of its leader, namely me. It would be extremely foolish to go that far and see that much, only to lose the chance to tell anyone about it. I'd like to talk about something else. Oh, excuse me. Jubilus casually waves his hand. Ask away. You must know a lot about the first world. Well, you've asked the right person. I am an expert in studying the first world. Give me your questions. Now, tell me, why have you studied the first world so thoroughly? Whoa, what the hell? It scrolled all the way up! What the fuck, game? Tell me why you studied the first world so thoroughly. Jubilus looks at you for several moments, his eyes narrow. I told you already, I like to be alive, and I assure you, other gnomes share the same attitude. Between the bleaching, disease, and old age, we have a lot to yearn for. But the ancient gnomes, for some reason, decided that mortality, the bleaching, and all these diseases of Glorion were preferable to the immortality of the first world. I can't do anything to change that, but I can do something with my own life. I want to find a way back... Oh, excuse me. I want to find a way back to the first world for all the gnomes of Glorion. Unfortunately, to do this, I can't just gather up all the gnomes and send them marching through the nearest portal. We're too attached to Glorion now. We've lost our connection with the chaos of the first world. We've become too mortal, if you see what I mean. When a gnome dies in the first world, he dies forever, like any visitor. But there must be something that can be done to solve this problem, and I intend to find out what it is. Julius Narthoropple, the hero who returned the gnomes home. It has a nice ring to it, wouldn't you say? You're not very friendly, you know. Do you think so? Julius looks at you above his glasses. Why ever not, I may ask. If I may ask. Perhaps you confuse superficially friendly words with genuinely friendly intentions. Believe it or not, I wish you only well. As proof of that, I can point to the fact that I travel with you, and that I'm talking with you right here and now. Tell me, which do you value more? An artificial smile, or an honest attitude bolstered by friendly advice and assistance? Even the most useful advice is better received if it's offered the right way. Your advice sounds like your only aim is to please your own ego. Here's another piece of advice then. You should learn to see the essence, rather than being distracted by colorful wrappings. Otherwise, you risk swallowing something you shouldn't, because it was wrapped in a golden foil. Jubileus adjusts his glasses. If you cannot separate the sense of my words from the way they sound, that is not my problem. Thank you for the conversation. I have to go now. Come back when you run out of clever ideas again. That is the throne room. Octavia looks alarmed. You won't believe what just happened. Some crook showed up at our gates, insisting on seeing the lad who bumped off the Stag Lord. He says that he's bought a tribute to the new chief of the Stolen Lands, and asks for permission to conduct his business under your protection. You don't want to be seen as another Stag Lord, and your lands as an open field for thugs. Then throw this scoundrel out, along with his tribute. -2 loyalty, -5 economy. Barony effects, bandits dues, 1d4 BP per week. Interesting. I kind of want to arrest him. 50 BP is nice, but not great. I mean, I want to pick this as the flavor, but I like this effect more. I think I'd rather do this. 50 PP is nice, but we can get that just over time, whereas pluses to our stats are a little harder to get. Drive this bandit from my lands, and from now on do the same to any similar petitioners. Octavia nods. Of course. I will indulge myself a bit, and let our citizens chase the crook to the city gates. Support the reagent's endeavors. Wielding to reason, the locals handed over the cult leader into the custody of the reagent. Without its head, the sect is doomed to die out. Success. An advisor wishes to discuss an urgent matter that concerns the Baron's future. The Baron granted the advisor an audience to discuss the matter. So that must have been what we just did. troubled lands. This area of the barony is said to be a breeding ground for bandits, brawlers, and cutthroats. Perhaps one of your advisors should set aside these rumors and assure the people that the guard is able to protect them. Oh, you're still doing stuff. Could send Tristan 17 days. Rumor has it that an unknown self-taught master, crafting items of extraordinary beauty and rare quality, has appeared in the region. Such people are rare. Something should be done to entice her to stay. We might send Tristan on that. Okay, so we can send Octavia on that. Cheap publicity. A group of bards has offered to praise their ruler for a modest fee. Their songs will spread the news in the remote villages of Staglord's death and the shift in power. Their songs in praise of the new baron will keep the peasants loyal. Not that one. 21 days left. Holy crap, it's taking a long time. Okay, let's send in Tristan. 75 chance to succeed? Do I want to use Crisis Point? I'm going to try not. I want to use it just because I'm thinking if it succeeds, then we bring them in. But I'm thinking it might just be the +3 to loyalty. +3 to community. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on, hang on. $50-50 chance. Alright. Support the reagents. Spend 2 weeks resolving the population problems in the barony. Well, we can't do that. Hey, we got a treasurer, possibly. Jubilus aims to cut expenses and spend diligently, and he's sure to let everyone know it too. I mean, I guess we could pick him for now. Yeah, probably can't change it because you're busy. 12, 14, 7 days. Wow. Alright, so got to go ask this guy about that piece. These shards, they were once part of the Forest Knight's bracers. I would be honored to restore this artifact for you. The bracer would serve you well for a long time, and we could uncover their story. If you manage to collect all 10 shards and bring them to me. That is a lot of shards.
let us be careful.
Oh yeah. Forgot, I gotta keep summoning my cat to like improve my stats. Your Grace! Keston's face looks worried and fearful. Your Grace, ill news from the Nor marches. Again. There are already many trolls there, but now people are afraid to leave their houses. The wilds are said to be swarming with them. The hunters were the first ones to notice, then came the merchants delivering packages and food to the outskirts of the barony. Now there are more and more reports of trolls attacking villages. At first I took the reports for gossip, thought it was just fear talking. But a local group of merchants recently reported that most of the trolls seem to be lurking around the house of one Barmartheru Delago, an old mage living out in the wilds all by himself. They're saying there are so many trolls out there that nobody can reach Belarvel for fear of the beasts. Keston's face goes dark. Those trolls are up to something, and this strange Barmartheru fellow is clearly tangled up in something. If the wizard's got some idea in his head to conspire with the trolls, we should make the first move and hit them with a preemptive strike. However, if the trolls are coming for him rather to him, Keston sighs. It would be an enormous help if you could pay a visit to Bartholomew and figure out what's going on. I recommend haste. If nothing is done soon, there may be a grisly fate in store for your subjects. But I'm trying to find a kid and some kind of feather thing, and it seems that several trolls are marauding around the house of a strange hermit mage in the Nora marshes. We need to learn whether this mage is conspiring with the monsters or in need of our help. The treasurer alone cannot hire over the barony's tasks and missions. They need good associates. Some people would say that the most important position is that of the treasurer. I have a feeling that just 5 leaders won't make a real council. I hope the Baron can find a few more positions in his government, or come up with some. I don't know if I'm a high enough level to take on trolls. Leaving safe house. He doesn't need to level up. Interesting. Why are you saying there's still stuff? Oh. The projects tab will allow you to upgrade various aspects of your barony. New projects will come your way during the game as you keep certain conditions or undertake various ventures. To start working on a project, assign one of your advisors to it and spend the BP it requires. Completing a project usually takes a while. Okay, well that's the level up thing. And I can't do anything yet because we sent you out. Really gotta do some like research and stuff. Trade agreement with Sertova. Oh, 1,500 and 2 months. Damn. $100 BP? Jesus. In 2 months. Holy crap. Sure. Wish I could zoom out more. So we have no idea where these trolls are or anything. I'm kind of thinking I should visit these new areas. That might be good, because I think that was a level 6 Manticore, so that could be some decent XP. I have no idea how to get there. Oh, what the hell? Are we... I accept. Are we not gonna... What is this game doing? Wow.
I need to catch my breath.
May we have a moment of respite?
Save. Camp.
You shouldn't treat Sarenrae with such disdain. She's a great goddess who has defeated many horrible monsters. Her shining sword has wiped whole cities from the face of the world.
Not bad. Then why do you keep nagging about mercy and forgiveness? Tell me about how she slaughtered her enemies.
Oh. Okay, how bad of an idea is this? Whimsical berry. I don't... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I don't think this is the right map.
I wish there was another way.
There is. Run for your life! Where is everybody? Oh, we're all like gathered up here.
Forwards!
touch range. It's raining. Ah, crap and a balls. Oh, we hit him! Oh, we actually did a decent amount of damage to him. I think the wind is like so tough that it's like cutting our movement in half. 'Cause, yeah, you're only moving 7. Which is unfortunate, because now we're basically one-on-one-ing a Manticore.
Aim carefully.
Balls. Good job, good job. Not as good of a job.
This is where I step in.
Stay behind me!
Attack!
Nice.
What you want?
We can skin a Manticore? Oh, and we failed. That's unfortunate. Dueling sword. Where? Oh, there's the belt. Incredible dexterity. Don't mind if I do.
The path is clear.
How much XP did we get out of that? 45. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting that to be like 200 XP. I would argue that so far, well, the belt was nice. But I think I might argue that that was not worth the trip. Especially if we're on a time limit with the trolls.
Tread lightly.
You can't stop me!
I don't know. The belt is pretty awesome. don't see any path there. I don't understand why I can't like auto path there.
Hey, Tristan. Want to arm wrestle? I bet I'll win 5 out of 5.
If you want to show everyone your strength, go wrestle a troll. At least his broken bones will heal quickly.
Really? Plus 12 on a DC of 20. So that means we rolled under an 8 both times for that. This looks swampy.
Let's head out.
Here I am. See? Here.
That's the wrong person. You.
Running won't help you!
Consider me provoked.
Interesting.
A solid plan.
Let us strike as one!
Yeah, -1's
Bring
not
it.
bad. Uh-oh.
Serves you right.
So it's come to this.
Run back.
This is for you!
Forwards!
Nice.
Do not falter!
Tear them apart!
You deserved it.
Repent!
I'll fight if I have to.
Aim carefully.
Nice. Yeah, what the hell? Another ring. I think pretty much everyone's kind of got it. Except for Lindsay, and I can't use it.
I'll go ahead.
Don't hesitate. Give the order.
Watch each other.
Ooh, you look like a tougher guy. Brute.
You can't stop me.
Onwards!
Attack!
Any last wishes?
Consider me provoked.
Oh, that was sneak attack.
Stay behind me! Ah!
Oh!
They go down!
Well, I guess it didn't matter. I forgot to rage.
A solid plan.
Don't think that would have helped, though. Back away,
This
not
is where I
today,
step in.
disco lady.
You forced my hand.
This is for you.
Let us strike as one!
Yeesh. Potion of Aid. Interesting. It's like you can get a potion for scrolls. Cloak of Resistance. That is all saving throws. Put it on you. 3 pounds. Wow, that is a heavy cloak. All right, well, that's everything here.
to catch my breath.
I'm hungry. When we stop?
Fight!
Resting would be nice,
We should
don't
gather
you
our
think?
strength. I am yours to command.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Oh, you're only level 1? Sure, why not? Natural 1 right off the bat.
I'll try to make this swift.
Forwards!
Serves you right.
Do not falter!
They're level 1s. I would hope I wouldn't falter.
I'll fight if I have to.
Oh, sweet mother of God.
Bring it!
So it's come to this.
Aim carefully. Attack! A solid plan.
Why can I only move 5? Very confused by this.
Onwards!
We should prepare.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Oh, I don't think we can claim it. That's,
May we have a moment of respite?
yeah, that's way outside of our borders. Powerful magic hides these ancient ruins from the prying eyes of curious adventurers. Only those who have been physically invited by the master of this place may gain entrance, and escaping it is an entirely different question. History remembers many great heroes of old whose valiant tales mysteriously ended in these parts.
And how do you manage to always keep your hair so nice? Mine always sticks out like a nest.
It's because you have too many thoughts in your head. They won't even all fit, so you have to write them down.
What? 17 hours? I had to figure out this hunting thing. Beneath the stolen lands. Oh, okay. This is happening. Whoa, there's a dragon here? Silver dragons are friendly, aren't they? We have to talk to them. I think they are. I think metallic dragons are friendly. Chromatic or not, I think. I hope. Oh wow, we got like everything explored. Interesting. Something tells me this is like a level 10 or 12 area. And that something is a fucking dragon! Spend the night here. The silver dragon stares at you for a long time, unblinking. Maybe it's just a trick of the light, but you think you see a heavy mercury teardrop roll from its pearly eye. You have answered my call, protector of Glorian. I will have you know, no one has ever returned from these caves alive. Many valiant heroes before you have sacrificed their lives to bring victory one step closer. I have not forgotten their feats, nor will I forget yours. Who are you? Tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? I will hide nothing from you. Who are you? My name is Ryan? I'm a loyal servant of Aspu. Thousands of years ago, my god appointed me to watch over this place, where deep in the depths there hides a great evil. I once knew the repulsive smell of the beast, but it took me centuries to locate the egg that he left. I knew at once the repulsive smell of the beast, but it took me centuries to locate the egg that he left. All this time I've stood guard here, looking for a way to destroy the spawn before it hatched and brought immeasurable suffering to those who dwell upon the land. Rovagard. Imprisoned since the age of creation, the god of Oh, yeah, he sounds familiar. This, I think, is going to be a high-level area. This might not be good. Aspu? Who is that? The dragon casts a pearly skyward glance. Oh, Aspu. He is more ancient than all the gods whose names you know. He is the maker of all, who stands at the origin of the multiverse. Few mortals remember him, but we metallic dragons still praise him in our prayers. Is it just me, or are you really sad? So many heroes passed here, the noblest souls of Glorian, selfless protectors of their homeland, ready to sacrifice their lives, to save it from the spawn of the beast. I remember each and every one, striding fearlessly down into the darkness. Almost none have returned, and it's all my fault. The dragon lowers his huge head. True repentance can be heard in his thunderous voice. I made a mistake, and they paid dearly for it. You see, I never understood the true nature of the monster. For many years, I and the heroes who have answered my call would wander these dungeons, thinking that the monster larval was the greatest threat. It was only when I found the egg and touched its shell that I realized the spawn had turned the entire dungeon into its nest. Madness, mortal. Darkness and madness are the monster's sword and shield. Its food and the material of its shell that it is made of. The heroes I summoned here descended into madness. They lost their minds, and the spawn of the beast fed upon their insanity. Somehow I avoided the same fate. They went down into the darkness, driven by the noblest of intentions, and were rewarded only with eternal torment. What are you doing here? I am guarding the spawn of Rovagog that sleeps in the caves beneath us. I summon heroes to help me defeat it. It is a long and joyous vigil, but I believe that it will one day be over. Perhaps you yourself are the hero who will finally achieve this long-awaited victory. Thank you for your answers. The truth is the least I can give you for your feat. What feat do you expect of me? An egg laid by the abominable Rovagog? has cursed this dungeon for thousands of years. The larval of the beast will destroy half of the river kingdoms if it hatches. The shell that surrounds it is the labyrinth of darkness and madness, inhabited by thousands of its former victims. Hundreds of heroes perished as they sought a way through it. But now I know where the egg is, and the path to it is almost clear. Almost. What blocks the way to the monster? Oh, that is the saddest and scariest part. The spawn of the beast feeds on nightmares, and its very shell is made of madness. The caves around are filled with insanity. It has flooded them with an ocean of darkness, which disorients the very nature of the multiverse. Heroes who approach grow mad or perish in great suffering. This gives the egg its strength. The monster feeds on their terror and pain. Neither alive nor dead, but tormented internally by their worst nightmares, these brave heroes still wander the labyrinth. Find and destroy 4 of their strongest, and the power of the beast's madness will weaken. Then I will be able to crack open the shell. We must destroy the monster before it hatches and grows strong. The fallen priestess, the wary traveler, the wicked chanter, the captor and his horrifying slave. Deliver them onto peace, and the path to the enemy will be opened. Why don't you kill these 4 yourself? The dragon's body shudders. It would seem that the thought of what hides in the depths can chill the soul of even a mighty dragon. The egg is surrounded by an ever-shifting labyrinth of insanity and darkness. This insanity, which the larval emits, is capable of subduing even the most valiant of heroes. I have ventured down before, and it was only by a miracle that I slipped the fate that so ensnared so many other brave heroes. If I tried to vanquish it alone, then sooner or later it would devour, drink my soul, and add me to the horde of the nightmares that guard it. Who would be able to destroy me then? Thus I continue summoning heroes to this place. Many of those who answer my call turn their backs and return to their lives, once they discover how slim are their chances of their victory. And I do not blame them. But my vigil is nearing an end. The hour of the last battle with a monster draws near. If you can manage to weaken its shell, I can crack it, and together we will finish it together. Tell me about the fallen priestess. Her name is Tayoko Sakasema. She led a party of adventurers here, noblest heroes and truest friends. Together they defeated many foes, but they never faced anything like this. Tayoko once served Lamashtu. Then this brave and wise woman recognized how disgusting her patron was, and gathered the strength to leave her service, finding shelter in the hands of Desna. At last, Lamashtu was called the Mistress of Insanity for a reason. The labyrinth tricked Tayoko's mind and stole from her Deshnu's protections. When next her reason failed, she returned to Lamashtu and sacrificed her friends to her cruel mistress, one by one. Ever since, she has lurked in the darkness, seeking new gifts for her mistress. Alas, the last embers of good in her soul have long faded. She has become a monster. The beast has consumed her utterly. Tell me about the weary traveler. He was a gnome named Balb Zess, and he was quite a famous traveler, a pathfinder on 3 continents. But bleaching gives no quarter to his people. There came a day when he grew tired of new roads. When he heard my call, he came, knowing it would be his final adventure. He did not anticipate victory, but hoped for at least an honorable death. At last, the darkness reached out to him from the abominable spawn of the beast and refused him even that. An aura of madness filled the gnome with delusions of grandeur and transported his mind into the marvelous Fey world, where he sits, a godlike ruler. He has become a frightening, dangerous, and pathetic caricature of his former self. A king without a kingdom. The god of a rotten soul. Immersed in sweet dreams, he wanders the halls, barking orders at wandering monsters. A sad sight to behold. His death will bring him not only peace, but also restore the dignity he's lost. Tell me about the captor. The captor is the greatest wizard I ever managed to talk into visiting this gloomy place. I had high hopes for him, and so turned a blind eye to the darkness in his soul. I expect he he was already insane before he even came here. Nothing could explain his indifference towards suffering, but he was strong and confident, and managed to get quite close to the spawn. Very close, before he met his end. Be warned that the captor does not appear alone. He's always accompanied by a disgusting beast that he summons from beyond the world. The two are firmly bound in death, and can revive each other, so they must be killed at once. Tell me about the wicked Chanter. She is the dungeon's greatest mystery. In the long history of my vigil here, she has but recently appeared. Heroes who set off into the depths begin to encounter something quite strange. A woman in rags, who wanders in the darkness, accompanied by a horde of monsters. She is known to announce her arrival in song. She sings as she hunts, and sings as she kills. The monsters of the dark serve her loyally and faithfully, protecting her to their dying breath. I do not know who the Chanter is. Many brave heroines have disappeared in the dungeon, but none possessed such control over monsters. I only know that the Chanter is more insane than the other three nightmares of the dungeon combined, and the terror she carries with her knows no mercy. She must be defeated. I see. The feat I ask of you is most dangerous, almost certainly suicidal. If you agree, I want you to understand what you're getting into. Can I rest here? Of course! My table is set for everyone. Eat and rest as much as you'd like. Down below in the darkness, you will have to be at your best. I need supplies. Of course, but forgive me, my treasures are not endless, and I cannot provide with you free supplies. If you require the aid of a priest, select a scroll and I'll read it for you. But be careful. Down in the labyrinth, you're on your own. Do not go into the depths without a servant to the highest forces of your party. In your party. Corrosive Dwarven Gorosh. 1d6 acid. Cool. +2 karma. Traces of armor. Cool stuff. I ask a great sacrifice. No one will dare judge you if you turn around and leave. Oh, I'm probably going to do that. I was a little worried it was going to be a trap, but to tell the truth, I was even more afraid that we wouldn't find anything interesting. Well, at least that fear didn't come true. We discovered a properly frightening entrance to a dungeon. That means there's work to do. Let's see what adventures await for us inside. Slay the fallen priestess. She came here a priestess of Desna only to become a follower of Lasnu. Wait a minute. What is Lasnu's relationship with Dude? Are they friends or enemies? It's all so complicated. Anyway, we don't need to figure out. We already have our work cut out for us. This traveler is looking forward to his last adventure, and unfortunately he found it. How many years, decades, centuries has he wandered here? The final page of his story should have been written a long time ago. Ominous and mysterious, the Chanter lurks the dark halls of the dungeon, accompanied by a horde of monsters. Her tender voice has lured many heroes to their graves, but we won't let her fool us. A powerful wizard and a monster he summoned from another plane have been trapped in the Tenebrous depths. We'll have to face them both at once, since they cannot be defeated separately. Well, at least we kind of have that, because I'm not going to remember that. The obelisk is covered with the names of long-forgotten heroes. Oh, that's a skeleton. I thought that was a guy just sitting there. Honest guy? Nice. I like it. Oh, man. A tall, bulky fellow with a shaved head studies you closely, paying special attention to your equipment. He grins. Hello, my friend. Do you want to look your finest? I have the best wares and the fairest prices in all of the Tenebrous depths. And who are you? I am an honest guy. The lad strikes his chest proudly with his fist. I stand here honestly, welcoming heroes and seeing them off to their feats of glory. I honestly collect the gear from their breathless corpses, and I honestly sell it to the next heroes. You freely and calmly admit that you pilgrimage corpses. Forgive me my skepticism. God, I can't say that word. But do you really never do that yourself? You've never taken anything from an enemy that you've killed or a dead body that you found? Taking equipment from a defeated enemy is honest. You're just taking advantage of the situation without doing anything to help. You just gave me an idea. Maybe I should be called a smart guy, not an honest guy. Still, it's not very nice. We put our lives at risk for everyone else, while you profit from our misfortune. Are you saying the honest guy isn't fair? That I have no shame? Why? Do you? The plunderer nearly drops his spear in indignation. Of course I do. Maybe I get very sad every time I loot a new corpse. Maybe I'm thinking, what a pity this great hero has perished. I'll tell you what. I promise you, I'll change. I'll donate a part of my earnings to orphans and to the Idomine paladins for their fight against the demons, and to the druids to help preserve the dwindling dinosaurs. There's dinosaurs in this? I want to find a dinosaur. I give you my word, I am an honest guy. No one's more honest than me. Does Zellerin allow your pillaging? What would he have a problem with? I'm betraying no one. I attack no one. I just pick things up that belong to no one and find them new owners. Perfectly honest, isn't it? Besides, that scaly worm would be so bored without me. He never has anyone to talk to. Let's have a look at your wares. Shocking Sai. Cool. Book of Resistance +2. I feel like this is like a DLC area. It appears to have been a powerful artifact, but its magic has long since dissipated. Alright, let's save it. Because I kind of have a feeling this is going to be like a level 15 area or something. Tenuous Depths 1. I just want to find a monster real quick just to see what level it is.
The path is clear.
Where rat? It's only level 2. Interesting.
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me.
Oh, swarms of rats. Ah, balls.
Forwards!
You deserved it.
Did 6 damage and it was reduced to 0.
Stay behind me! Tear them apart!
You can't stop me.
little scared at how slow these guys are moving.
Aim carefully.
10 damage resistance. Jesus.
Any last wishes?
Let us strike as one!
Amranda Gratio.
7 damage. That was only about half of their damage.
They go down!
Consider me provoked.
Oh, right. Swarms can just like walk right through me. Okay. So I don't think we're going to do that today. But out of curiosity, I wonder, because it kind of sounds like the map is procedurally generated. I just want to kind of get a sense of what this is. Oh, maybe not. Alright, so we've investigated that much. Run away. Then go back.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, okay, maybe not. Alright, well, yeah, we'll come back later when we have... when we're a little more leveled up. Because it seems like, especially if we're fighting swarms, we're going to need a few skills. So I think we're better off coming back when we're a higher level, because then we have access to higher damaging spells, as well as being able to cast more like level 1 and 2 stuff.
I'll go ahead.
But surprisingly, does seem like this might be doable. This kind of gave me the vibe of like this was DLC. Because I think we download. I think there's 3 DLCs or something for it. So I kind of gave me the impression that that was like a self-contained area. Okay, so I think go down here.
I need to catch my breath.
This is going to be trolls. It's trolls. I don't want to deal with trolls right now.
catch my breath.
Oh yeah, well we're tired, so let's save it.
Resting would be nice, don't you think? Alright, I need your ideas. Who is that storyteller who's living in the capital? How could an elf look so old? It shouldn't be possible.
I feel that he's much more than he appears. I sense true power within him, but not power corrupted by evil. Whoever he is, he might make a valuable ally. Oh, okay, I ran through it because I wasn't sure how long that was going to last. Apparently lasted a lot longer than I was expecting. Hey, we finally got some cooking. Alright, save. And then before we go in there, I am going to grab some more water and run to the bathroom. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. I'm back. Thanks for waiting, guys. Woo.
I'll go ahead. The path is clear.
What you want?
Not you.
I'm listening.
I'm not afraid.
You led me to your friends, you bastard.
A solid plan.
That's unfortunate.
Tear them apart!
Haha.
Consider me provoked.
-2 strength. What? He has venom?
Let us strike as one.
Repent!
Forwards!
They go down!
Serves you right.
This is for you!
Jesus.
Do not falter.
You forced my hand.
Anything is possible.
Money. Ring and more money.
Tread lightly.
I am yours to command.
I've spotted something. Enemy near.
Let's avoid the trap.
I'll fight if I have to.
I'll try to make this
That's
swift.
getting a little close. Oh, yeah, you're probably... oh! I hit select thinking... It paused because we found a thing over here. And I just hit select because I was thinking that I was going to close down whatever dialogue blocks. I just wasn't thinking.
So it's come to this.
You deserved it.
Ooh. That was a good shot.
Stay behind me.
Speaking of good shot, I keep forgetting I gotta switch weapons.
Aim carefully.
Octavia.
Bring it.
Yeah, you do more damage.
Consider me provoked.
Of course, you know, you actually have to hit.
Repent!
Any last wishes?
Let us strike his blood.
And move back.
Now I'm embarrassed.
15 modifiers. We missed it by 1 again. Like, Jesus.
I did as you asked.
Oh, she can do it again? I thought you couldn't do it again. Interesting. I think that's the last necklace piece. Okay.
Let us be careful.
Still a lot of guys over there.
Don't hesitate.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
That was unfortunate, because yeah, I think you're going to be going for me.
Do not falter.
This is for you.
Attack!
Well, I guess if we're gonna miss while we're fighting defensively, may as well go for the gold and get a -1. Or a natural one.
Tear them apart!
You forced my hand.
This is where I step in.
Onwards!
Fighting defensively saved us.
I'll fight if I have to.
Meanwhile, Octavia is considering just not hitting anything at all tonight.
A solid plan.
They go down!
Huzzah!
The path is clear.
Judging by the empty coffer, someone was using this boat to transport quite a bit of goods. But where did all the stuff go? rice and nut pudding. 2 rice, milk, and nuts. Interesting. A long spear. Maybe like a +1? Yeah. Huh. We got slashing, we got bludgeoning, we do not have piercing. Alright, well, got the 3 physical bases covered with her then.
I'll go ahead. Something here.
Ancient weather-worn ruins. Time has been merciless to them. It is virtually impossible to tell when they were erected or who were the builders.
Let's head out.
Okay, well, let's do some restoration.
Magritio, Turinos.
Huzzah!
The path is clear.
Might want to actually
listening.
think about having more of those. So level 2? That's burning hands. What? Wasn't 3? What the hell did I just use? Level 2. Why do I not see? What? I don't think I have an item that's giving me that. Where the? Oh, it's 2. Hang on. There we go. Oh, okay, there we go. So what do we got? Remove paralysis. I think the next level up gives us another slot. I'll probably put restoration in there. Maybe I'll just put it here. And then if we ever fight someone that gives us paralysis, then we know to set it. Yeah, let's do that. Again, I can't seem to... I don't know. I don't know why that's not working anymore. Oh, I didn't read that. 3 Pine Inlet. A little inlet in the middle of the Skunk River, topped by 2 living and 1 half-living pine trees. Local fishermen still fight over the name, as some think it should be called 2.5 Pines Inlet. Alright, save. Let's rest.
I've heard the locals talking about some water rules.
You're talking about river freedoms, Amiri. It's the unified set of unwritten laws that the people of the stolen lands live by. I've heard the locals talking about them too.
Okay. Tranquil Riverbed. One of the few picturesque viewpoints along the Mercue River. This place has been known to lure the occasional traveler into relaxing on the river's shores. It sounds like a trap. Oh. Oh, what the? What the hell are you? Okay. Auto pause. Level 7. Ooh.
Tread lightly.
Give the order.
This might be a little gnarly.
I shall end this suffering.
Oh. Holy sh! You only needed a 9? Holy crap-tacular, Batman.
You can't stop me.
Oh. Yeah. Jesus. Wait, hang on. We did 11 damage to the scarred one. I don't... That's the scarred one. I don't see his health gone down. That was 14 damage, and that guy's health barely went down. Wait, he has 50 hit points. What? So confused.
Forwards!
Yeah, that was more damage.
Stay behind me!
I'll try to make this swift.
And...
Serves you right.
Good shot. Ow.
Consider me provoked.
Bring it!
Aim carefully.
Let us strike as one!
Come on, there we go. That did not heal nearly enough.
You deserved it.
I can't keep this up much longer.
Hey, he finally missed.
This is for you!
Okay, that's better.
Tear them apart!
Attack!
Holy crap, man.
Share your troubles.
That was harsh.
Magritium Turinos.
£3 for a buck. Nope. Nunchucks? Sweet. Flaming, finesse wielding, and they have a monk weapon. Oh. So you do one less minimum, do 4 more maximum. And does that include the fire? It includes the fire. Oh, I think we might have to play with this. I think we're gonna have to play with this. I want to see what these things do. But I'm also hoping there's no one else to fight, because holy shit, that was a hard fight. That guy, oh, nuts.
Let us be careful.
Here.
Face me if you dare.
Oh, there's another guy. It's another level 7. Nunchaku!
A solid plan.
Well, that does some decent damage. I was kind of hoping it was going to be a little more like ninja awesome, but you know, just bashing the guy over the head kind of works.
I'll fight if I have to.
They go down!
We only need a 3 to hit him.
I require healing.
Jesus. That is insane. He only needs a 7 to hit me. Plus 19 attack bonus? What the frick?
Do not falter.
Hashan Savitur.
What the heck was that animation? That was creepy.
Any last wishes?
Forwards!
Okay.
Aim carefully.
We're just not going to attack here? Okay, cool. Thanks, game. That was freaking amazing. Jesus. Oh, I should...
Avenge me.
This is where I step in.
That's unfortunate. So, yeah, cool. I used a key point for absolutely no reason. Thanks, game.
A solid plan.
That was super of you. 1 versus a 2. Like, jeez. Alright, time to pulverize. Huzzah! Hope that's really all the fights there are. Ah, damn it. Wish there was a mini map or something where I can see. Where are these guys? Oh, that's not the feather I need. Hey, is there anything up here? Kind of. Another level 7.
I'll go ahead.
Run away.
Confide in me.
Patricium Turinos.
That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that brings it back. Right. Okay, not what I meant to do, but works.
Patricium
I completely forgot about that.
Patricium Turinos.
I'm listening.
I wish there was another way.
Oh, I don't know. I think they're gonna go for me.
You can't stop me! You think that hurt?
Nice. But he's flat-footed. He's not flat-footed. But he hasn't gone yet this combat, which makes him flat-footed, because we're all flat-footed. Because that should have been sneak attack as well. What? Okay, can we get the 3 attacks in now this time? Because that'd be great.
Forwards!
Okay, or we just wasted a key point and just attack once. That's good too.
Tear them apart!
Lots of damage. I'm liking. Alright, fine. Haha! Dodged! Damn, that guy moves fast.
Consider me provoked.
There's sneak attack.
Aim carefully.
Serves you right.
I figured that was gonna happen.
They go down!
Okay. I like how my walking path just changed.
So it's come to this.
Natural one again.
This is for you.
Attack!
You deserved it.
Some of these stuff should be giving me some good money when I sell it. Alright, save! Still got a decent amount of the map to go. Monitor lizard? 1 hit point. And a level 8 guy. Okay, this is...
The path is clear.
This is going to be a thing. Oh, dear God. I don't have Fireball anymore. That's unfortunate.
I am yours to command.
Dawnflower, guide my hand.
4 guys. Level 8. Level 7. Level 7. Oh, we are hosed.
I'll fight if I have to.
Not good.
I can't keep this up much longer.
43? This is so fucked. You have like 30 AC and yet they only need to roll like a 7 or higher to hit us. Like,
Onwards!
yeah, that seems right. What is this? Fortitude. 11. And we don't know, but probably just as high. I don't think this is going to do anything, but let's try it. Can we actually use a key point for 3 strikes now?
A solid plan.
Cool, well we finally got the 3 strikes. Of course they're all freaking whiffs.
You can't stop me.
I should have actually looked at your spell. I don't think we have anything that's... Web wouldn't be helpful. Bull strength might be okay. Balls. Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go out, we're gonna rest, get our health and our high level spells and come back, because those guys are too high level. Like that's... Yeah, we're only level 5.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, this is where... Alright. Save. Rest.
Hey, Tristan. Your goddess teaches mercy and forgiveness. But are there things you wouldn't be able to forgive?
Besides your bitter humor?
What? Oh. Well, I guess we don't really need the saves, but still. Would have been nice. I hope they don't power up at night. They are frogs.
I am your shield. As you order.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Stay back.
Go.
45% chance to hit a guy with 29 AC. That's just dumb. I think it's 29. 28. I don't know which one to go for. We'll go for you. Oh, okay, we are using power attack. I was just thinking I should have used that. Octavia. Maybe touch range. Okay, Tristan. Guy has 1 hit point. And even if you save the fireball, it's half damage. What am I missing here? You took a little bit of damage, not as much. You took a little bit and you're hurt, but that's from other attacks. What are you? Monitor Lizard? Succeeded on the saving throw. 23 on a DC of 17. Okay. He evades the effect of the fireball. Oh, I didn't think about him having a... No, because it's not listed as effects and conditions.
Repent.
Should that not show up there? Yes. You little bastard. Should be dead. Cool. Fucking hate this game. That's so ridiculous.
A solid plan.
What does this do? Blinded creatures. Ah. Oh, it did work. That was weird. I thought they rolled a 18 on a DC of 15. Okay.
They go down!
Boss, you're not going to be sneak attack.
Consider me provoked.
Of course, you actually have to hit. 14. I use you. Are you gonna affect Valerie?
Laborare sentes.
You do. Interesting.
Forwards!
All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to be doing. Remove fear. Hideous laugh. Oh, you're not far enough. What is that? That's will. +5 will. That's... Alright, let's just try to do damage, I guess.
Serves you right.
Good damage!
Avenge me.
Ah!
This is for you.
It did kill him.
Aim carefully.
How did I do 12 damage and he stayed alive? I did 12 damage and the guy has 1 hit point. Can't... I don't know where he is now. I'm pretty sure it said he had 1 hit point.
You deserved it.
Bring it!
You are starting to piss me off, buddy. It's not going to be a crit.
I'll fight if I have to.
Also have to hit.
You forced my hand.
Attack!
18 damage.
Any last wishes?
Really?
Tear them apart!
Whew. That was a lot. Another defense. That's cloak of resistance. Alright, so who doesn't have this? You. Saving throws. You don't even have one, so we'll give it to you. And save. Doorway.
Tread lightly.
Share your troubles.
Do not falter!
Yeah, 1 hit point. So how is he still alive after 12 hits? Or 12 damage? So very confused. I just want to get another level so I can start getting like double attacks. That would be huge. Got a long way to go before we level though. Oh, that's the pickaxe. Alright, what's in the hut? Oh, sweet mother of God! There's more! Only, well, that's one guy.
Let us be careful.
4 guys we can
I am yours to command.
supposedly take on.
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
Oh. Level 8. And another one of you.
I can't keep this up much longer.
A solid plan.
That was unfortunate.
You can't stop me.
Okay, that was sneak attack. Who's left? Tristan and Valerie. Yeah, okay.
I'll try to make this swift.
You did hit, but it still wasn't enough to kill him. That's unfortunate.
Onwards!
Yeah, and that was overkill, but needed.
Avenge me.
Forwards!
Monitor Lizard dies. But he still has a turn 3. 19 damage, 1 health. He supposedly died. I don't understand.
This is where I step in.
That's unfortunate.
Consider me provoked.
Nine fortitude. All right, let's use it on you. Oh, well, hang on. Did that? This thing doesn't seem to scroll down all the time. That might have been me attacking the other lizard guy, and we just weren't scrolled all the way down. So it's possible we didn't actually like kill the guy.
Aim carefully.
Sure. Why not?
Serves you right.
This is for you!
Bring it!
What is this? Reflex for half. I think I have pretty high reflex. And that's, I think I can angle it. Oh, there was 3 saves. But yeah, okay, I evaded. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Did a little bit of damage. Not nearly enough.
Attack!
Sure. We'll miss 2 attacks by 1 last turn, and then we'll roll a natural 1 this turn. I swear to God, this game is using like loaded dice.
You deserved it.
Touche.
I'll fight if I have to.
Balls.
I require healing. Learn from my mistake.
Balls.
Tear them apart! A solid plan. Learn from my mistake.
Balls. Fortitude. That's pretty high. Yeah.
Any last wishes?
Okay. Still don't understand how we get 9 damage on a crit that does times 2.
You can't stop me!
They go down!
Okay, I think we're just gonna run outside and rest, because this looks like this is gonna be a map. Ooh. 4 gold for a handful of gems? I feel like I'm getting ripped off on that.
The path is clear.
Alright, tactical retreat.
Too bad I don't know how to paint. I'd like to draw you. Maybe a portrait or a caricature?
That's something new. I don't think anyone has ever drawn a caricature of me before. Though I think that's for the best.
A day and 5 hours to hunt? Yeesh. I think that was the first time camouflage has failed. I didn't even know I could do that. Back into the cave. This doesn't have me nervous at all. Let's just avoid the light. Well, we did just save it. Screw it.
I'll go ahead.
Into the light. Not a trap, apparently.
Let's head out.
Here. I'm listening.
I shall end this suffering.
I don't know how big this map is. Screw it, we'll use Fireball. I was thinking I should save it, but... Why? 21 across the board. Not bad. 21 on 5d6. Yeah, that's not bad. 30 possible damage, did 21. Oh, thank you! Okay, you're lower, so let's take you out first, I guess. Fortitude save. God, these guys are sturdy.
Consider me provoked.
Son of a diddly.
Aim carefully.
Stay behind me.
Oh. Fudge. Oh, that's not cool. You're not supposed to be attacking me. Attack the lady with the shield, man.
This is where I step in.
you.
Unbelievable.
Attack!
Let us strike as one!
Bring it! Look at me, Gorum!
Oh. Damn. 49 damage.
Serves you right.
Magritium Turinos.
I'll fight if I have to.
Not bad.
A solid plan.
That's unfortunate.
Tear them apart!
Really? That's just mean.
You deserved it.
Really?
So it's come to this.
Oh my god. Can I not roll higher than a 5 here?
Forwards!
Like, fuck, come on. This is just stupid. What's going, are you, oh, you're scared, aren't you? Yeah, okay.
They go down!
Was not expecting the crit. That's kind of unfortunate.
Any last wishes?
Repent!
You can't stop me.
Aim carefully.
All right. Oh, so close. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. A lot of
And Lindsay was called forth.
a lot of masterwork stuff.
Confide in me.
Okay, I don't think I can do anything with these. +1 on all saving throws. And your rings of protection, but everyone's got one. That can use one. +2 enchantment bonus to natural armor. +4 resistance bonus on saving throws against poison, sleep, and paralysis. Yeah, I mean, wait, hang on. Do you get 2 AC? Oh, you do. That's the big part of it for you. This one resistance. This one resistance and cold resistance. Well, that's a better one. +1. +1. Our guys are outfitted, unfortunately. Gold powder. Save.
The path is clear.
This is making me a little nervous. I wonder what the light is.
Tread lightly.
Don't hesitate.
Let us be careful.
To victory!
I don't want to go rushing in.
Aborane sendes.
Okay, I don't understand how you're not flat-footed. That's unfortunate, but let's give you strength since you're right there. Aha!
Attack!
Bring it!
See what your newfound strength can do. 23 is not bad!
Do not falter!
Oh, that's not cool, man.
You forced my hand.
Consider me provoked.
A solid plan.
Damn! Law of averages, it's gotta have worked out at some point.
Tear them apart!
This is where I sit fit.
Onwards! I require healing.
Yay! Really not. gonna be able to do much.
This is for you!
Forwards!
It's a fortitude saving throw, yeah, so that's no good.
They go down!
Serves you right.
Stay behind me!
Nice. Oh, I'm gonna be so mad if it ends up being like a U. I am running low on resources. I might have to go and camp again. Save.
I'll go ahead.
Well, you're not going to survive the fight, but you should at least be able to tank 1 or 2 shots. I think we should be okay. Oh, we still have... Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, we'll try it.
Clear.
Give the order.
I think you're going to be hosed. But as long as you don't die, we'll be fine. I don't want to have Amari in there, though. You bastard. What are you? Aspect of the Falcon. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh, I think I got my guys in there too. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Aborane Sentes.
Let us strike as one!
Aim carefully.
I don't think I can move. It's too many icons. Yeah.
Bring it!
I think that harmed more than it helped.
Avenge me.
Oh, I think you died. That's not good. Oh, I might have to go out and rest. Yeah, let's do that. I feel a little dirty doing that, but I'm also fighting guys like 3 levels higher than me. Kind of feel like I should be resting after every fight.
Why is Ragonga so... Ragonga? I love him terribly, but can he be just a tiny bit less Ragongarian?
I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, God. I thought they came back for a second. I just about freaked out. Why are you just walking?
Path is clear.
He has, like, run? That'd be super. Hang on. I saw, like, a character thing over here? Oh, it's just saying there's monitor lizard. Seriously, how do I get my guys to run? Like, why are you walking? Really? The hell is going on?
Tread lightly.
This is very annoying. Why are you guys not running? Alright, save.
Here. I am yours to command.
Let us be careful.
I am your shield. As you order. To victory!
No, not. Well, maybe. I'm assuming dashed circle means it hits them. Let's find out. It did. Of course, this guy saved and took no damage, which is annoying, but fine. Really? You're half a foot off.
Consider me provoked.
Okay. So again, I'm confused. He supposedly has 1 hit point, but we did 3, and his bar went down only that much. So I'm thinking that thing is lying. Oh my god, 42 damage? Like, go fuck yourself.
A solid plan.
Oh, and we're fighting defensively. That's annoying. I think that would have hit the miss. I think it would have. I don't know the number. I don't care enough to look, but I think we missed by like 3.
Let us strike as one!
Sure, 25% chance to hit. He hits it. Why not? Makes total sense to me. Oh! Tristan killed someone! Oh! I did not see that coming. And this is total overkill, but we gotta get rid of someone. It should be sneak attack. Alright.
Forwards!
I can't keep this up much longer.
Not quite sure how you survived that, but alright. Did we use glitter bomb? Yeah, because we got a couple guys that are pretty low.
Do not falter!
Eight whole damage, yay!
They go down!
I don't know if this is gonna be enough.
This is for you!
Nice.
Aim carefully.
Less nice.
Avenge me.
Serves you right.
You forced my hand.
A natural 1. I mean, you're not really gonna hit him anyway, but I guess if you're gonna miss, you may as well go for the gold.
I'll fight if I have to.
Did I not click on Scorching Ray? I thought I did. Alright.
Attack!
Oh, we're still attacking defensively. Crap! That cost us!
I feel faint.
You deserved it.
I'll try to make this swift.
Hey, you hit him. Destroy.
Bring it!
That's unfortunate. Okay, Scorching Ray.
A solid plan.
Jesus. Oh my god. Really? Wow. I just... no words. Alright. Well, we won somehow.
Last wishes. You can't stop me.
Let's go back out and rest. How much XP are we getting from these guys? I don't think it's a whole lot. Whoa, that like went up. No, I don't want to go all the way up. I want to... fuck this game. Does it tell me here? No, of course not, because I click up, it takes me all the way up, because why would the game do anything right? Well... I don't think we're getting a whole lot of XP, but I think it's starting to add up. Also, my guys are still not running. Well, that's annoying. Well, I guess we're just gonna sit here and wait. La-ti-ti, la-ti-ta. We built a fire pit on top of our fire pit. Something like that. Yeah, looks like it.
You are so young, Tristian. But you've seen so much. It must be hard, carrying your faith to all the ends of the world.
Yes, Octavia. It's a heavy burden. Sometimes I doubt I can handle it. But I close my eyes and appeal to the healing light. And I feel the presence of my goddess, and I know, if not me, then who?
Huzzah! Alright, let's go back for another fight before we probably have to go out and rest again. Stupid 3-level higher than me guys. Making it hard and having to like rest and use my resources. Like the game's trying to be challenging. Why are my guys refusing to run? Well, at least the guys don't come back. That'd be super annoying if we have to fight through them every time we rested. What game did that? I think that was Tyranny. That was very annoying. Okay, this is like the third pen that we have found. Who is like locking these guys up? Okay, here we go again.
I'll go ahead.
Don't hesitate. Remain vigilant. We will prevail.
Oh, you're a big guy. Oh, what did we do? A champion? Level 11? Oh, we are gonna get murdered. Oh, this was bad idea. Come on, natural ones. Just a crap ton of natural ones. Not helping. If I move you here, you might be a target. Still not close. I don't think shield's gonna do anything to help. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, okay, let's use prayer. That's the one I was thinking of using. Okay.
Forwards!
We're gonna try fighting this out, but I think we're gonna get murdered. And then I'm just gonna run away. I'm gonna probably have to come back. I don't think I am anywhere near high enough level for this. You only have level 2 spells? You do? Oh, yeah, I guess, because you're like multi-classing. Hmm. That has a long range.
Onwards!
Son of a diddly. Okay, that seems to be buying us time.
Go down!
You're only at half health? Ugh. Oh! Was that an area of effect? Attacked Amari and attacked Valerie. Oh, yeah. This is... Oh, not good. I do not like this. I hope that doesn't burn away the webbing. I don't know how Pathfinder works in that regard.
I require healing.
Aim carefully.
Touché. I don't think you're quite in threatening range for a sneak attack. That's a spray. What is this gonna do? 2d4 plus 1. So that is 3 to 9 damage. Yeah, so we're better off just shooting our bow. Yeah. Oh! I can't tell if they made their saves or if we actually did burn away the web. Oh, I think we burned away the web. There's no way all three of them made their saves. Oh, no. Glitter bomb!
Yes.
Best spell ever. How long does this last? Around a level. That's not gonna last much longer. Oh, we only hit 2? Far guy was too far, I guess.
Attack!
No! Okay, good. I was gonna be mad if we lost that third attack.
Consider me provoked.
Avenge me.
How long does this thing last? One round a level, so a little while. Tristan's kind of standing where I want to be. +5 will. Oh. What's the DC on this? Of course, why would the game tell me what it is? Let's try it. 14. Oh my god, he rolled a 1. Okay. Okay.
Bring it.
Okay. Not so good.
This
Not so good. Oh my god. This is a fortitude save for half damage. 3d6 plus 1d6 for 2 caster levels. You're level 5, so that's going to be an extra 2, so that's going to be 5d6. So we'll make that 4d6, and then it's going to be half, so it's only going to be 2d6.
A solid plan.
You need a 12 to hit. That did like no damage. And it's reduced? Weird. He has 1 damage reduction? That's a little odd, but alright. Okay, so now that's going to be a... Oh, no. I think Amari's too far away, so that's not going to be a crit. Or, sneak attack.
This is for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 1 damage reduction. That's kind of weird. So there still is webbing? I don't think there's a point in that.
This is where I step in.
Ah, you bastard.
Tear them apart! They go down!
Really? Oh, that is so lame. Oh, that like straight up killed her. Well, I guess that's not happening. I mean, really, the cave full of level 8 guys should have been a clue that maybe I'm a little out-leveled.
Let us strike as one.
Okay, cool. And my guys are just going to walk to the exit.
Everyone counts on me.
Well, that's unfortunate. The completionist side of me is like yelling and screaming for me to go back, because that's the end. That's got to be the end of the area. And there's got to be some decent treasure if it's a level 11 guy, but we kind of have to be able to take out the level 11 guy before we can loot and stuff, so I don't know, I'll make a mental note to come back here when we're a higher level, and I will completely forget about it in like 2 hours, let alone a couple of weeks. But at least we got some decent XP out of that. I think we got about 5,000 XP. So that's not bad. Are we overweight? Maybe. I think heavy slows us down. Maybe that's why we're walking. We just picked up just enough items that we're at walking speed rather than running. Why is the map showing yellow? like radioactive sludge. For 1 gold, no, it's okay, so I think we have now explored everywhere that we can explore that we have found. Alright, we don't have a route here yet. We don't have a route up here yet. Here, I assume, is maybe somewhere around here. I don't remember seeing any... Well, I guess maybe we could take this road or something, but... don't really remember seeing anything from Restov when we were traveling. Trail in the hills can probably make it over here. This is where the nymph is. Maybe we'll try going here. We'll start... No, because Gnarl Marshes is where everything is. And this is, yeah, not them. So I think we need to explore, like, this side of the river down. I think this crossing might be the best place to start exploring. I don't imagine the kid would be too far away from Tuskvale. Does it say? Okay, well these were companions. Lost child. Stroll through a dangerous forest. Well, I mean this whole freaking area is a forest, but could be in here. And what else are we doing here? This is the nymph. We'll do that later because that's far away. Probably need to be a higher level. We got to figure out these trolls, which we can probably do as we're trying to find the kid. Oh, right. This is leading us to the trolls. Stolen lands, I'm going to wait till we're a higher level because I need a bunch of spells. That I think we're just going to find as we go. Sorrowflow is kind of opposite of where we're going. Runs of his people might remain here. Famous traveler Jubulus Narthropol is searching the ruins for a Dwarven fortress which lies hidden somewhere in these lands. So yeah, looks like Harm area is the troll area. So then we can just look for that as we go. This I think is just over time. We still got 163 days for the next curse. And I gotta figure out these feather tokens. Mages living around the swamps or ask the Dryad Teresa, who lives in the Gnarl Marshes. I mean, the only swamps I really know is... Where was that book thing? Bog Hunting Grounds, I think? But we went there. Didn't see anything, so we might have to find the nymph's sister, whatever, in the Gnarl Marshes. So I think really we're probably best off starting here and then kind of moving westward, maybe southward. I want to stick close to the river because I think This is going to be a lower level, and then as we go deeper in, it's going to be a higher level area. But first, save it. Let's go back and see what news, if any, we have at our barony. And then we can get some rest, and then the bridge is right there.
Need to catch my breath.
Yeah. Balls.
Resting would be nice.
Rest when we get to the town. Centipede guys. I hate these guys.
I'm hungry. When we stop.
I'm not afraid.
A solid plan.
Sure, he's flat-footed, so he doesn't even get his +2 dex bonus to AC.
Do not falter.
Repent!
He's got backup. Oh god.
Consider me provoked.
Nice.
Tear them apart!
Really? How many guys does it take to kill a level 1 guy? One, two, three, four, 5, and they're still fighting.
Forwards!
Oh my god, dude. He's level 1. We're level 5. Like, we should not have that much trouble.
Stay behind me.
Oh well, we got 18 whole experience out of that. Gives us 18 experience closer to leveling. Only another 3,000 to go.
I'm hungry. When we stop.
Save again. Continue. You're fine. There we go. Of course, now I'm going to be moving slowly. So let's go to the throne room, sleep. Then we'll do everything else.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Oh. This can't be good. A problem demands your personal attention, Your Grace. Your acquaintance, Oleg, has been refusing to pay his taxes for months now, even though his trading post is located in your lands. The fool didn't realize he should have come to you immediately, but even so, please lend him your ear. What's the matter, Oleg? Oleg grimaces, making a clear effort not to spit on the floor. Oh, right, because he spits. I was thinking he was trying to, like, be disrespectful, but that's just how he is. Since the moment you founded this barony, Your Grace, I became your subject. He grits his teeth. But I'm still also a subject of the Eldari and Restov. When you brought down the Stag Lord, I thought my problems were over. But no! Oleg shakes his head. My whole life, I've paid taxes to Restov. Now, on top of that, your tax collectors darken my doorstep. Why are you paying taxes to Restov if you're in my land? Wow. Oleg, would you rather swear allegiance? Which would you rather swear allegiance to? Restov or myself? No. I don't want to ask that. Again, he's located in my land. We won't collect any taxes from Oleg this month. Let him go. I'll discuss the matter of Oleg's fealty with the Sword Lords in Restov, so we can determine whether we should be bound to them or to me. Oleg smiles faintly. Well, I thank you, Your Grace. He bows awkwardly, then rises, embarrassed. That's most just of you. Kessel bows his head. A wise decision. Should you wish, I'll write Lady Jamadi myself and explain the matter to her. Perhaps she'll agree to a sensible sharing of taxes between the barony and Restov. No! We should get the taxes because he's in our freaking land. I'm certain we can reach an agreement with Jamadi and acquire the trading post in short order without any direct conflict with the Sword Lords. I'm only discussing it with them so that they know that his taxes are going to us. I'm not collecting taxes from him because if we just say, no, you're in our land, we owe taxes to us, Restov is going to go looking for him. So I'm trying to be diplomatic and simply let Restov know ahead of time, F you, I'm taking your taxes.
The path is clear.
Oh shit, we run fast. Oh, we're not exhausted. I thought we were. Oh, and we have enough for this thing. Right. Or I think we do. Let's see. I know we have food. Flour. Rice. Berries. And that is it.
Tread lightly.
How may I serve you, Your Grace?
Oops. Save. I don't think there's really anything we can do. I think we still have like a ton of time left to. The counselor commissioned the artisan to create the best item she possibly could and place the masterpiece on public display. The young master decided to stay in the barony. It's +6 loyalty. Triumph. Nice. It seems that a neighboring state continues to collect taxes from your subject. The visitor has met with the baron. That's what we just dealt with. Oh, we did do Octavia. Crap. What was Octavia's thing? The negotiations were a success. The guaranteed the merchants extensive support, and they agreed to supply construction materials at a significantly lower price. Community +3, economy +2. Nice. Damn, we must have slept a lot then. Yeah, because when we left, this was at like 21 days. Okay, so we were actually gone for quite a while. Troll bands, I can't do anything because you're still doing stuff. A true masterpiece. Still life with lemon peel, drawn by a local artist. Was celebrated by the connoisseurs and art lovers. Such a masterpiece cannot go to waste. What? Okay, so we could send you... Mysterious weed. Okay. A giant weed is taking over more and more farmland. Someone must persuade the peasants to start fighting this pest. Could use Tristan on that. Keep the peasants loyal. I don't think we need to worry too much about loyalty. Yeah, we're pretty high on loyalty right now. And then this, I think... Oh! Could send Tristan. Yeah, I think we'll send... Ooh. What about projects? Still got 45 days left on you. Month 9. Wish we could filter these by when they will expire. Can't do anything with that. %55 chance. All right. Well, we don't need them for anything, so. It's 3 to loyalty. Oh, okay. I guess since she's the community person, she's going to give us community if she succeeds. Yeah. That's how that works. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot that's a thing. Ah, that's annoying. Community reached ranked 2. Thanks to the reagent and the Baron, quality of life in the barony has reached new heights. Triumph! Our scouts confirmed the presence of monsters and local militia successfully eliminated the threat. Okay. General requests an audience. To the throne room. I totally forgot that just automatically fast forwards time. Kesso bows briskly, then hurries to speak. On your orders, I have reviewed our military forces. The results are disappointing. We require new recruits, and the sooner the better. We can introduce some restrictions, limiting how many could qualify for service. However, under these circumstances, I feel they shouldn't be very stringent. Indeed, I would recommend we announce that anyone can join the army, and I'm sure we shall find many brave men among your subjects, ready to protect their lands. Probably go with this one. Strength in numbers. Talented recruits. Oh. Select the strongest and most skillful recruits. I need real fighters. As you wish, Your Grace. Jobalist portally greets you with a document. Baron, you will never guess what your treasurer is holding. He waves a paper above his head. The ink on it seems still wet. This is a list of things that tumbled out of the wall of your own basement, as workers were undertaking repairs. Jumbalist adjusts his glasses and starts reading. A gilded guard, 1 silverware, 3 a set of gold coins. The list is long and varied, so I'll get straight to the point. It appears that your workers uncovered the Staglord's secret cache, items stolen from his own henchmen. Finding the true owners of these things would be a hard and thankless job, while taking these trinkets for your own chests is complicity to exploitation. God damn, I can't say that word. In other words, robbery. As your financial advisor, I recommend a compromise. Appraise these riches and send an equal amount on reviving villages laid waste by the bandits. Let these treasures bring some good to those who suffered most under the Staglord. These things don't belong to me any more than they belong to the Staglord. Order them returned to the people. Jobalist sniffs, disappointed. A noble gesture, but folly nonetheless. Very well, as you wish. The gnome sighs sadly and waves his hand. Your Grace, today a letter from Bevroy was delivered to the castle. It is written by Ferrido Singet, a paladin from the Order of the Eternal Rose. It appears that Sir Singet is claiming right to one of your companions, who was brought up in his custody. Well, I'll leave it to you to handle this delicate matter. They're claiming right to one of my companions? They're claiming right to a person? Sometimes the past catches up to us, despite our best efforts to keep as far ahead of it as possible. Valerie once left the Order of the Eternal Rose and rejected the Goddess of Beauty forever. But the followers of Shaylin wouldn't so easily say goodbye to the reigning beauty of Bevroy. A message from Fredo Singet is delivered to us. The Paladin of Shaylin insists that the Baron frees Valerie from any responsibilities and allows her to return to the service of Shaylin. I wonder what Valerie thinks of this. Let's find out. She is not in here. Alright, well. Talk to her after. Okay. Got lots of stuff here. Talented recruits. +1 bonus to resolving any problem with the general. Cost me BP. Support the treasurer's endeavors. Spend 2 weeks resolving economic problems in the barony. Oh, that's gonna, yeah, rank us up. Support the general's endeavors. That's, yeah, leveling up military. Okay, we don't have nearly enough for that. You guys are busy. Oh, okay, so the X means there's no one available to... Okay, I'm understanding. Okay, so that is month 10. Month 10. 9. Your barony will soon fall. To avoid that, you have to advance the main plot and complete the following quest. Troll Trouble. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to spend 2 weeks. But I was willing to deal with the consequences with that. But it sounds like it's going to be game over. So I'm wondering if I should... we might have to not save the kid. We might have to worry about the trolls. I might have messed myself up. Okay, let's go talk to Valerie. Talk to this guy, because I think we can make that amulet now. Necklace of double crosses. If you find all 7 of its fragments, I will be able to restore the artifact and recount its inglorious story. Do I not have 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Oh, we accidentally put that. All right. Main square, sell stuff, talk to Valerie. There she is. Greetings, Valerie sighs. Everything is well, I hope? I'm ready for new orders. Give Frito's letter to Valerie. Valerie, I received a letter from Frito Singit. He says I'm to free you from service and return you to Shaylin. Valerie looks at you unblinking, and you see her eyes darken with anger she can barely contain. Really? May I take a look at this letter? That's so. I see. Valerie takes a deep breath. My apologies, me. I seem to have become the reason for this message and highly inappropriate demands it contains. I know this person. Frito Singit is one of the mentors in the Order of the Eternal Rose. A true paladin of Shaylin. One of those who insist they are right till the very end. He kept saying louder than anyone that Shaylin herself predetermined my fate, even when I was packing my things before I left. Looks like he never came to terms with me leaving since he found me even here. But the nerve! The mistake of leaving our ranks? Return to the path destined by her divine will? Since when does Frito fancy himself the personal harbinger of his precious Shaylin? Valerie, her face scarlet red, doesn't seem to notice the letter crumpling in her hand. Enough. We must put an end to this. If paladins of the Order of the Eternal Rose require another refusal, they shall get it. I'm going to the trading post with you to meet Frito. I serve you. It's as simple as that. It's my decision, and I'm not going to change it just because someone in my past thinks otherwise. What if I just throw these paladins off my lands? I'd be well within my rights. No! If you respect my honor and value my loyalty, please refrain from such hasty actions. I will go to the trading post with you. I will meet with Sinnet and give him my final refusal, and the matter will be settled. Enough about that. Talk to you later.
Let us be careful.
Valerie is determined to meet with her former mentor and break with her past for good. Of course, we couldn't let her face this trial alone. Frito Singit is waiting for us at Oleg's trading post. Well, that's going to have to be put on hold because apparently we're about to lose everything. I think you're my seller. Yep. Crowbar is useful. This auto-scrolling thing is really annoying. Pollen seems like a very odd thing to sell. Pollen, yeah. Ooh, what was that last thing? Little powder. Another 5 grand. Not bad.
I'll go ahead.
All right. Leaving a safe house.
Let's head out.
Really do think there's a memory leak. It seems to be going a little slower as we go. Let's go this way. That was a long route.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Oh, this might be a problem. Oh, and I can't save it. All right. Yeah, of course, there's multiple trolls.
I'll fight if I have to.
Unfortunate. Well, if it's just 2 of them, then this shouldn't be too bad. Don't want to go rushing in quite yet.
You can't stop me.
Let us strike as one. Ha!
That's unfortunate.
You deserved it.
Yeesh.
Aim carefully. My skills exceed yours.
Nice.
They go down!
You forced my hand.
Oh! Tristan, you baller! Holy crap, man. 12 damage. I love. Oh, crap. Where did you come from? Level 6, you level 9. Okay.
Consider me provoked.
Do not falter!
Any last wishes?
Attack!
I'll try to make this swift.
This is for you!
That was a good shot.
Onwards!
This is where I step in.
A solid plan.
Really?
Bring it!
So it's come to this.
Stay behind me!
Serves you right.
Guy's got a lot of freaking health.
Forwards!
Reduced. 5 damage reduction.
Tear them apart!
Slashing's fine. So bludgeoning, not so good.
Repent!
I'll fight if I have to.
Let us strike as one!
You deserved it.
That's bludgeoning. So we switch to piercing.
Aim carefully.
They go down!
You forced my hand.
Good deal.
You can't stop me.
Do
not falter!
Any last wishes?
Attack!
Gonna regenerate. Okay, so we still got a little bit of time. Huzzah! An elderly half-elf stands before you. His sun-bleached hair reveal him as a seasoned traveler, and the confidence with which he holds his bow reveals him to be a seasoned warrior. And his cart full of various items. It seems a trader as well. Damned trolls. Fire won't hurt them? What the hell? Better try acid. Oh. Okay, I guess we lucked out on that. Damned trolls. Almost died from the stink alone. The half-elf wipes the sweat from his brow. They almost had me. Since when are trolls not afraid of fire? Good thing I had a few flasks of acid among my goods. Thank you for your timely rescue, friends. Despite his confident gaze, his voice trembles slightly. A few moments more and I would have... He frowns. Whoever rules this land gives little care to its safety. Formerly safe trade routes are given over to trolls and not a guard to be seen. But where are my manners? I am Dalton, from Mivian, a merchant by trade. Who are you? I am the Baron of these lands. Your words are fair. I'll do what I can to make the road safer. Dalton looks shocked. Oh, I beg your forgiveness, your grace. Dalton bows politely. But these trolls, they're a threat to everyone. They've attacked several villages, destroyed several bridges, and are scaring away trade caravans. Worse than bandits by far. If your grace is willing to resolve the matter, I know a mage living nearby. I visit him from time to time to sell him reagents for his spells. He's an expert on trolls. Might know why they've suddenly become bolder and fireproof. Lone House has been revealed. Tell me more about this mage. Dalton scratches his head. Bartholomew is his name. He's not bad for a human. Always so polite, so respectful. But there's something odd about him. He lives alone in the middle of the woods, his house surrounded by traps with a single safe road leading to it. No bandits nor trolls scare him. And the way he looks at you, it's like he's examining you. Like he's considering to crack you open to see what's inside. The chills. Dalton shivers. Any other dangers on the road? Trolls aren't enough, huh? Dalton laughs, then frowns. Actually, I've heard a disturbing rumor. It's said a Hogad has made a lair in a cave south of here. Whether true or not, traders are taking no chances, taking forced routes instead. Let me mark the cave on your map. Amari grins. I've never fought a Hogad yet. You're from Mivron, you say. What is their view on this new barony? Long ago, Mivron was founded by the Sword Lords, who refused to bow before the new ruler and fled Bevroy. Well, not Bevrians anymore. Our people and the people here have a lot in common, as I've heard the barony here was founded by people from Restov. We look upon them as distant cousins, I suppose. Dalton smiles. Welcome, cousins. That is not yet family you'd rather forget. I can see you're an experienced trader. Would you consider operating exclusively in my barony? Dalton frowns. Don't get me wrong, your grace, but I've family in Bevroy, so my road always must take me there, no matter how dangerous the journey. Yeah. The roads are unsafe, I would suggest you go no farther than the capital and wait until the roads can be garrisoned properly. There's still plenty of trade to be had elsewhere in the region. Dalton frowns. If things are that bad, well, then perhaps I shall conduct my business here for a time. Very well. We rolled a 4. We rolled just enough to pass it with a 20% chance of failure. We almost failed it. Wow, this game. Good fortune to you and safe travels. Hold a moment. I didn't have a chance to reward you for your help. Fortunes are best shared, after all. Safe travels. Ooh, 3 light wounds and some money. Not bad. Help Amari kill another monster. Amari has passed her trial, but even that doesn't seem enough for her. She demands we find another monster and let her prove herself in battle once again. You'd think she already gets enough opportunities to swing her sword. Well, at least we're in the Stolen Lands, where monsters are never in short supply. People say there's a whole dag living somewhere in the area. Just what we need. The trolls living in these woods can't content themselves with being normal, terrifying trolls. These greedy gut glutons aren't afraid of fire, which is totally unlike trolls. Now, isn't that a Swinish trick? Some passing trader who nearly became lunch for one of those beasts told us that there's a wizard living nearby. Maybe his learned scholar could help us solve the riddle of the fireproof trolls. It shouldn't be difficult to find the wizard's house. There's a path from the road to his dwelling. Not worth it. Not quite worth it. Almost. And we'll save it, because can we take stuff? A 1,000 revolutions. For the 3rd night in a row, I've dreamt of the Grey Gardeners knocking at my door. I cannot believe it is my turn. To be cut down by a blade washed in the blood of 1,000 revolutions. As a wave of popular outrage washes over me, as my head tumbles down the steps of the scaffold. We take up the sword, and by it we shall perish. Once we struck down the Imperial scum, but now it is we who must face the blade. The insurgent beast called Revolution will never be sated. It needs new victims. This time, it's my comrades and I. The cruelty of the hoarders in power echoes in the cruelty of the populares, now intoxicated by their own freedom. We wanted change? Well, here it is. This is a country now of mad fanatics fighting their treacherous past every day. Former friends are today's foes. My workshop has been converted into a secret headquarters. If I could do it all over again, I would repair to my easel and refrain from the cause that has sent me down this path. I think it's supposed to be I would retire to my easel. I'm just going to take your food. Excellent. Amari! The fallen tree is barring the wagon's way. Doesn't look like there's anything else to loot.
Tread lightly.
Now, can I move the tree, or is that just there? Alright, well, you're on your own, buddy.
Need to catch my breath.
Save. Rest.
I heard that in a faraway tribe, people and
Okay.
then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me.
It's only level 4, guys.
A solid plan.
Oh, I guess I can change my weapon.
Consider me provoked.
Ah, what the Oh, this game pisses me off. Yeah, we're just gonna... Oh, the mouse moved. I went to click on Inspire Courage, and then the mouse just, like, lagged, and then all of a sudden I was over here. So that's cool. We just lost that turn.
Not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
I don't know why I can't charge. Oh, we changed it out. We had remove paralysis, but I changed it out. Balls.
Onwards!
I thought Hold Person was like a 5th level spell.
Forwards!
Oh, I'm using the wrong weapon again, and we totally screwed that. And we're fighting defensively, so we're double messing that up.
This is for you.
I'll try to make this swift.
Natural 1.
Stay behind me!
Aim carefully.
Wow.
I'll fight if I have to.
Wow.
Bring it!
Juicy.
So it's come to this.
Let us strike as one!
Here! Attack!
That it? I thought there was another guy. Guess not. Alright.
You can't stop me.
Oh, Octavia. I don't understand why you miss so much.
Serves you right.
Operanes Centes.
Tear them apart!
Need to catch my breath.
Yeah, that's worth it. Try resting again.
You're sweet, Amiri. I'm sure you have a kind heart, if only you learn to control your passions.
A barbarian without passions is like without guts. That's it. If I lose my rage, who will fight for you while you babble your prayers, huh?
Oh. Probably needed that meal. Seriously? That's 2 random encounters while I was trying to rest in one area.
I need to catch my breath.
Enemy near.
Your money or your life? Oh my god.
Repent!
We still haven't recovered our abilities.
Consider me provoked.
Wow. Really?
A solid plan.
I kind of feel bad for that guy.
They go down!
Do not falter! Onwards!
Why were you lying down?
You forced my hand.
You deserve it.
This is for you!
Oh my god, Octavia, can you hit something, please?
I'll try to make this swift.
Any last wishes?
Wow.
I'll fight if I have to.
Jesus.
Aim carefully.
Just hit something already. Oh my. Oh my god. Cool. And again, no attack of opportunities. That's super.
Bring it!
I don't understand the rules this game is playing by.
So it's come to this.
This is where I step in.
And everyone misses. Cool.
Stop me.
Christ!
Attack.
How many natural ones are we gonna freaking roll? Okay. Save it again. Try to rest. Because I'm trying to get my resources back. Don't understand how we get attacked at the end of camp.
Hey, Amiri, why don't we go to a fashionable dress shop once we get to the city? I promise we'll make a real beauty out of you.
What? You want me to pull on a dress? Maybe I should start brushing my teeth, too.
Gross. Okay, finally. Wow, that was insane. Save game. Lone House. This lone house on the edge of the Nara Marches looks quite prosperous. It is the remote dwelling of a wizard who has dedicated his life to scientific research, far withdrawn from the commotion of big city life. Local villagers learned long ago that it was unwise to approach his house, so they stay far away. The wizard seems to be perfectly content with this state of affairs. There is a road not far from the house, occasionally used by travelers, traders, or bandits. Enter. Save it. And I'm going to call it a night. I was not expecting to stream for nearly that long. I was thinking around the 3-hour mark that I was going to probably stop. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I was thinking around the 3-hour mark I was just going to stop there, have a little shorter of a stream, and kind of go to bed a little early. But then I kind of wanted to do stuff, finish exploring, and then we hit that stupid... Oh, it was that Toad Cave. That's what it was. I was going to stop playing once we finished that Toad Cave. And then that took like, I don't know, an hour and 20 minutes. And then I figured, well, I would start exploring around the Nara Marshes a little bit and then stop. But then we ran into that troll fight, which took a little bit of a time. And then we just kept getting, well, not just kept getting, twice. We kept getting interrupted by bandits as we're trying to rest, so it just ended up being one of those things of like, I wanted to stop playing, and then one thing, and another thing, and another, and another, and then now I finally stop. And it ended up being just about 6.5 hours. So, wow. Anyway, I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you so much for playing with me, guys. I appreciate it. And I will see you next time.